Good evening. I would like to call tonight's meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy,
Here.
Councilmember Landman,
Here.
Councilmember DeBala,
Present.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Here.
Councilmember Gilbert, Councilmember Honzak,
Present.
Councilmember Wesselek.
Great. Well, thank you all for joining us this evening. Tonight's meeting is a special meeting. It is our budget work session, and so it has a little bit of an abbreviated agenda. We will have public comments this evening on the budget. And then we will have budget presentations this evening. The first is the Public Works and Stormwater, Housing and Community Development, the library, and the capital budget overview, which includes the equipment replacement reserve, fleet procurement, and facility maintenance reserve. On Wednesday, April the 8th, the council will meet at its regular time of 7:30. And we will start with our legislative update. Ann Seacott, our legislative advocate, will provide an update. We will have a number of proclamations that evening. The first is Arbor Day proclamation, the Mayor's Monarch Pledge Day proclamation, proclamation of Arab, in recognition of Arab American Heritage Month, and the Roland Dawes proclamation. We will also have a public hearing on the city manager's proposed budget. We are also tentatively slated to have a resolution of appreciation for the District 20 delegation for leading the effort to obtain $500,000 for the Metropolitan Branch Trail Project. And then we will have, continue with our budget presentations. On Wednesday evening, we will have the Recreation Department, and we will also have a presentation on the American Rescue Plan Act Fund. We will also have another budget work session on Monday, April the 13th. The council will meet if needed. The council will meet at 7:30 p.m. The budget work session will consist of reconciliation. And on Monday, April the 13th, just for my colleagues' awareness, is General Assembly's session will end, or Sendai. And then Wednesday, April the 15th, the council will not meet to allow staff time to prepare materials between budget work sessions. And so with that, we are going to move to public comments, but really quickly, I just want to make sure that everybody's aware. Councilmember Wesselek will not be joining us this evening. She is experiencing the loss of a pet. So she is with her family right now. With that, we'll move to public comments. Do we have any public comments this evening? Come on down.
Good evening, Mayor Searcy, members of the council. Thanks for doing it all the time, appreciate it. Good evening, I'm Paul Huebner from Ward 3. I want to thank the chief for responding to my contention a few weeks ago that there are 66 patrol cars for the 43 badged officers. He acknowledged there are 55. My data was derived from the FY25 annual audit, which I thought was a reliable source. Perhaps the city manager can respond to that. I want to follow my exchange with the chief by asking him about the projected $1.337 million for vehicles and equipment in FY25 and the proposed 15 new vehicles scheduled for FY26. What was the total cost for vehicles and equipment for each of these 2 years, and how many cars were bought? And what is the necessity of purchasing 4 new patrol cars for over $700,000 this year? For the city manager, I ask, where's the analysis or report that concluded that the stop sign and red light camera fund would produce $3.5 million in revenue in FY27? How many dollars are being spent or projected to be spent to support this program in FY27? The Montgomery County average revenue for red light cameras is about $31,000 per camera. If the city has 18 cameras, that would yield $558,000. We currently have 10. Again, for the city manager, why are the patrol cars and equipment not charged and allocated to the police budget? The average 5-year cost for cars and equipment on page 313 of the FY26 adopted budget was $751,540 per year, and when added to the $11.3 million to the police budget for FY26 would be over $12 million. And this year's projected expenditures from page 43 would equal nearly $13 million. Finally, for the city manager, since the chief disputes the numbers from the annual audit, what and where can residents find correct numbers for city expenditures? I look forward to the answers to these questions, especially since we now know responses are prescribed by City Resolution 2022-02. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments? Okay. Do we have any virtual public comments this evening?
No.
Great. Okay, we're going to move on to our budget presentations this evening. The first item is the Public Works and Stormwater presentation.
Sorry, I'm a little distracted. I just learned we have a flood at the recreation center. So,
No.
oh, this is like a bad dream. Apparently, a water main broke at the apartment building adjacent, and it has flooded the gym floor and the recreation weight rooms. 4 inches of water in the building.
No.
Staff's on site in addition to the rec staff, and I said, call ServPro. So, anyway. If my phone goes off, that's why. Let me just get my papers together. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Daryl Braithwaite, Public Works Director for the City of Tacoma Park. Pleased to be here to talk about our proposed FY27 budget this evening, and we'll just jump right into it. As you all know, mission of Public Works is to provide for maintenance of city facilities, equipment, and infrastructure. We do that with a staff of 37 full-time folks, plus seasonal workers and interns working in 9 divisions. Those include the administration division, facility maintenance, equipment maintenance, right-of-way maintenance, solid waste, sustainability, vegetation maintenance, urban forest, and the city engineer. I wanted to go into a little bit briefly about each of those divisions. The administration division is a 3-person staff and handles, as you might guess, most of the administrative functions for the city: payroll, invoicing, processing, insurance claims, as well as services like mulch delivery and heavy scheduled pickups. Our building maintenance facility is a group of 6. We have 2 staff that do facility maintenance and 4 staff that do custodial work. We have a number of special projects included in the FY27 budget that we'll go into to some degree. Many of them are related to facility improvements and energy efficiency. Our equipment maintenance division is a 3-person staff. We currently have 83 vehicles in the city's fleet. And as you see there, the breakout, 52 police vehicles, 22 public works, 3 administrative pool vehicles, 2 rec, 2 code enforcement, and 2 parking enforcement. Public Works maintains a fueling station for both gas and diesel at our Public Works facility, and they track all the vehicles' conditions. About 80% of our vehicle maintenance work takes place in-house. Our right-of-way maintenance division is a group of 7 folks. They do everything from leaf collection to snow removal, as well as sign removal, playground maintenance, and facilitating city events and providing resources for those types of festivals and events. Our solid waste division is 10 people. We provide service to about 3,800 homes in the city: trash, recycling, yard waste, and food waste. We have a special pickup program for bulky waste. We do an annual, once-a-year household hazardous waste collection. And we offer at-the-house pickup for our residents who are elderly or less mobile. This year, we started with the great assistance of an intern, our food waste pilot program, drop-off program for multifamily residents. We've got 4 facilities set up, and they've just got started within the last several weeks. So they're still doing a great deal of outreach to those residents, and it's been very well received. Those buildings that partnered with us, we very much appreciated it. It was a challenge and takes some getting used to, but we've had some really good models to follow in DC and Arlington, and we're very optimistic that it'll work out well. Leads me to my sustainability division, which is just a one-person staff with the assistance of interns. This year we have a Chesapeake Climate Action, going to get the name wrong, a fellow intern that the city does not pay for. It's paid for by the organization, and an intern that the city does pay for. Next year, our budget includes just a single intern. Our vegetation maintenance is a group of 4 staff that maintain city's green spaces and landscaping. That's turf maintenance for mowing as well as garden maintenance. They do also oversee contractual maintenance. We do have a contract with a company that comes in and does specific maintenance on stormwater and streetscape facilities 6 times a year. And then they also coordinate our volunteer and community participation programs, particularly related to invasive plant removal, new planting, and open space vegetation maintenance. We have a right of entry agreement that was started with the Dorothy's Woods process, and we use it for other volunteer groups. And our supervisor, Annie Mishi-John, has been very, has had a lot of collaboration with community groups that have adopted and taken over spaces. Our urban forest manager, urban forest division is also a division of 1. I just wanted to recognize that through the Tree Tacoma program, we've planted over 600 trees since 2023. So that program has far exceeded our expectations. We're very pleased. And it accomplished the goal of spending down the tree fund, which had gotten itself built up to a pretty substantial amount of money. So now that money is better spent by trees in the ground at our residential properties around the city. So that program has been working out very well. But as a result of spending down the balance, we now will be limited going forward in future years to the amount of revenue that gets brought in through the tree fund payment fee in lieu. For fiscal year 27, we expect that to be about $45,000. Lastly, our engineering division, it's a FTE of 0.75. Half of our city engineer is charged to the Public Works Engineering Division, the other half to Stormwater, and 3/4 of our construction manager gets budgeted to this account, and the other quarter in Stormwater. That's the organizational chart, which is probably a little difficult to see, but the main points there, we have 37 full-time staff, and we do take on seasonal labor hours in vegetation maintenance and leaf collection. Some of our successes to date that I wanted to point out so far this fiscal year. Get to that page. We have, related to facilities, we've replaced the control systems for the HVAC units in the community center to improve energy efficiency and building comfort. We've replaced the exterior doors in the rear and side of the community center, which were original to the building. And we're in the process of replacing a water fountain in Colby Park. Relative to vegetation maintenance, you can see there quite a bit of activity, renovating garden spaces, restoring bioretention sites. They're projected to plant over 4,000 new plants citywide. They've provided over 75 hours of invasive vine removal on public trees. We are continuing to provide the leaf saver signs for residents who want to keep the leaves on their lawn, on their yards, instead of having them collected during fall leaf collection. Wanted to point out 2 grants that grant-funded projects that we've completed the Sligo Mill Road project, which was funded by a state grant, which has both served multiple functions, stormwater management, reduced the amount and the attraction of loitering and littering that was taking place in that location by narrowing the roadway, and reduce the unfortunate frequency of illegal dumping in that location, and added vegetation, tree planting, and improved the landscape in the area. Another project that was grant funded that has just gotten through phase one is a project at Dorothy's Woods. If you haven't had an opportunity to go down there, I'd encourage you to. It's had quite a transformation. The asphalt basketball court's been removed. The failing stormwater infrastructure in the just behind it has been restored and repaired. We've got a curb cut that allows people better access into the site, and we removed the chain link fence along the side and greatly improved the access from the Goody Avenue side, and restored and removed a lot of old asphalt and concrete that was remaining there, leveled it out, and put a wood chip path. So access and appearance has been greatly improved. We now will begin doing the invasive treatment, continue that, and replanting that's going to take place for the remainder phases of that project. The vegetation maintenance group has also begun work around Forest Park, some grounds renovation, including invasive plant management and replanting in both the grass area and the forest. Another thing we tried out this year was the use of brine for our sidewalk areas, and so we're exploring some additional equipment to help facilitate some of that pre-treatment and melting for sidewalk clearance. Our vegetation maintenance division is responsible for sidewalk clearance during the snow, and they have to deal with over 4 miles of sidewalks. So when we had an event like we did just recently, and it becomes concrete ice instead of snow that you can shovel it, having 4 miles is a significant challenge. Just going on through the rest of the work, we have planted 67 trees to date through Tree Tacoma in 26. We have had a number of public space improvements. We've initiated the new sidewalk designs for Hancock, Hammond, and Garland Avenue. And we did construct the new sidewalk on Wildwood and Glenside Drive. We're about to start construction this week on the Chestnut Avenue sidewalk, and then we'll be quickly shifting to the 13th Avenue sidewalk construction. All the traffic calming that was authorized by the council for this fiscal year was completed early in the year, so all those speed bumps. The one exception is the raised crosswalk at Grant Avenue, which will be built when the sidewalk is constructed. We've also started a bunch of our street resurfacing work, did a lot of work on the rear building of the community center, and we've done some extensive base repair on portions of Jackson Avenue, Aspen, Prince George's, and Wildwood Drive. Enormous amount of roads had issues as a result of our freezing temperatures and snow and ice, so we really saw a lot of surface failures. So we've been doing quite a bit of base repair, which has altered a little bit of our planned pavement, but we do still intend to follow up in the next month or so with a paving schedule. We've done quite a bit towards electrification. We are still waiting for the arrival of our 2 pickup trucks, our 2 EV pickup trucks, the Silverados. We recently learned that we should be getting them in June. And of course, we installed the 1 fast charger and the 4 level 2 chargers for the fleet charging use at Public Works and the lower level of the community center. And we received a grant to install, from MEA, to install public chargers that will add a fast charger and 2 level chargers to the rear of the community center, and we hope to get that out for bid shortly. We're expecting next week to have the solar panels installed on the library now that the library construction is completed and the permitting got through the county and PEPCO. So those new solar panels will be placed on the library, and then all the prior panels will be installed around the rest of the roof of the community center. So that should be taking place over the next month or so. Let's see. A bit about revenue sources. We generate Public Works-related activities. The various user fees and activities generate a little over $2 million of our $7 million Public Works portion of the budget. And you can see the breakout there. By far, the highway user fees in Montgomery County in lieu of road and in lieu of park maintenance make up the majority of those funds. We can get into a bit of the expenditures. I'll just suffice it to say this year's budget was very much a maintenance of effort budget on our part, so we kept things as close to the bone as we could. There is an increase overall that's largely due to personnel costs, which is just the general increase in salaries, and you can see those numbers there on the first two lines. So the bulk of the increase over the 26 projected levels as a result of those personnel cost increases, which is not any increase in staffing or FTEs, just normal adjustments. And our operating costs were very much close to prior budget years. So again, it's a reflection of our efforts to try to keep things as tight as we could. There were some areas where we project to see increases. Those, as you might expect, would be in things like utility costs. As you've all experienced at home, utility costs are going up. Fuel costs, didn't quite project, didn't see this in my future projection when I was coming up with fuel numbers for this upcoming fiscal year. So depending on what happens over the next couple of months, hopefully by the time fiscal year 27 hits, we'll be back to some kind of normal, but I'm always optimistic. We also saw a pretty significant increase in our recycling processing fees from the county's processing facility. Otherwise, things are pretty well similar to prior years. This is just a continuation of the details by budget line. Again, all this information is available in the budget book, and you can go into it in greater detail. My main point here is to just show that, for the most part, things are pretty similar to prior years, and when they do vary, we try to explain why. There was a change in the Sustainability Division budget, and some of that gets a little bit confusing because in the fiscal year 26, red light camera was a portion of the grant funds that the sustainability budget makes available to single-family commercial properties and multifamily owners. So it skewed the numbers a bit. For FY27, we expect the full source of funding in the sustainability budget to be within the general fund. All right. In reference to the capital budget items or the larger expenditures, you see there the list of vehicles that are proposed for next year's budget. Replacement of a vehicle maintenance van. Again, this will be replaced with an EV, so it'll be transitioned to a different fuel type. Several pieces of leaf-related equipment, a leaf box, our leaf collection vacuum, but the biggest and most important is our leaf grinder. That's a piece of equipment that we use to grind the leaves to make the mulch that we make available, and it has a very it has some years on it, and we can certainly tell we're starting now to look at replacement options in the next fiscal year. That cost is based on our equipment replacement reserves projection based on the original purchase cost and percentage of increase over the 10 years that we've had it, or slightly a little bit longer. And so that's a piece of equipment that gets used really hard for a good portion of the year and then and produces the product that we rely on. Lastly, a vehicle lift and our roadway crack filling machine and a roll-off box, which is one of the things we use to store some of the debris and equipment at the Public Works facility yard. In reference to CIP items that are more project-oriented, not equipment, we've got the ADA compliance repairs to city sidewalks. That has a proposed budget of $150,000 for the city component, and our ADA compliance repairs for state roads has $250,000. The new sidewalk design is currently funded at a level of $300,000, and those funding is coming from the stop sign camera for the proposed FY27 budget. And council will be looking through the recommendations that HCD and Public Works have made relative to which of those projects move forward into the queue for next year. So I'm sure we'll be having more of a conversation about that. The new sidewalk construction line at $688,650 is the amount of funding we think is going to be needed to construct the projects that are currently under design, Hancock, Hammond, and Garland Avenue. And the source of that funding is also the stop sign camera fund. Our traffic calming and pedestrian safety, there's a budget of $200,000 set aside for that. It is funded through the general fund, and the specific projects that get allocated to that will be a council decision at some point during this budget process. Lastly, we keep a running amount of $20,000 in the capital budget for streetlight upgrades. Those are for when residents ask for additional streetlights on a street, or when city-owned streetlights need to be repaired or need a new fixture, get hit by a car or whatever. There we go. Moving on, the last one in that bucket of capital projects is street rehabilitation. And we have proposed $500,000 for street rehabilitation funded in the stop sign camera fund. And as you know, we identify the streets scheduled for resurfacing based on a pavement condition index. This past year, we used a new program through a company called Civil that actually used LiDAR and analysis and equipment right on the city's vehicles. So we drove around, we captured the data, and then they put it through their algorithms and sent it back to us. It's been a very educational and informative process. We've really liked the quality of the data that we've gotten and have found lots of other uses for it now that we have this. It's, more current than Google Maps and a little more detailed. So we can refer to it now when looking at various things. We have a 3-year contract with Civil, so we can potentially update it every 3 years. In the past, we have done every 5 to 7 years, gone through this process with an outside firm, and they've done the data capture and analysis. This new technology looks to be very productive and one that we'd like to use at a much lower cost. So we're optimistic. You can see there the list of streets that we have in the queue for resurfacing in fiscal year 27. This can change. One of the things we do when we develop our list is get in touch with the utility companies to make sure they don't have any major water main, gas main projects. We did recently learn that WSSE has an enormous 3-part project that they're planning to do, and just learned of this last week. Through most of the southern part of the city, Wards 3, a little bit of Wards 2, a little bit of Wards 1. So we'll be sharing that information as we get some additional details from them. It's all related to sewer main work. So some of it is lining of existing sewer main, and others of it is replacement of the sewer line itself. The fact that they've broken it into 3 separate projects, and there's 2 different engineering firms doing the design, one's doing 2, one's doing 1, it's going to be a fairly complex and complicated process to track. They all appear to be wanting to hit about the same time in 2027. So we will, there's more to be seen and heard on that, but just, those kind of things can definitely change our plans for street resurfacing, because no point in resurfacing a street if the utility company's going to come and cut it up. Plus, another requirement that we have is when they do their work, they have to then resurface curb to curb. So those streets do get resurfaced, just not quite at the same time frame and after the utility work is done. The next bucket of projects has to do with facility improvements. We've got the Public Works facility design. That was, as you know, $263,000 that came to the city through the state based on a legislative bond initiative through the District 20 delegation. It's been on a slow roll. We still haven't gotten final approval from the Board of Public Works, so it was originally in the 26 budget, but given that we haven't gotten any paperwork yet, We moved it off to the 27 as more realistic when we'll actually get the go-ahead to do that work. Since we do have a phase 2 that was originally developed in concept, we have a starting point, so we'll be able to kick that off fairly quickly once the funds have been released to us or a process to get the funds has been acknowledged. The other projects that we have intended are replacement of the art room sink, drain, and countertop, replacement of the roof in the rear of this community center, an upgrade to the front elevator, and replacement of an air handler unit number 9, which is the one that covers the finance office and the interior spaces of the housing and community development office. And then lastly, I'll talk in more detail about the stormwater budget in the next PowerPoint presentation, but there is a capital budget item for a stormwater project to add additional stormwater infrastructure in an area of the city that was identified through our LIDC Stormwater Resiliency Project. And so this is moved up to the queue for next fiscal year. And I think with that, that is all I had that I wanted to provide for an overview. Do you want me to just keep rolling right onto stormwater, or do you have any questions for Public Works related to operating budget?
I would say let's go ahead and go through stormwater, and then we'll just do all of the questions at once.
Okay. I'll just have them queue it up. Thank you. I don't
think
see
I have that one.
And I just want to confirm that the council doesn't have the presentation for this one? No. Okay.
Thank you, Jesse. If you have your stormwater book, you can flip to page 296, where some of the stormwater expenditures are shown. There's also a portion of the stormwater revenues budget that appears on page 56 of your budget book. 56 and 296. Thank you. Sure. So I just give you the forward. Next page. Oops, one more back. Yes, our stormwater program is, the city is responsible for all the stormwater management services within the city, including construction, maintenance, and repair of stormwater infrastructure. We also are responsible for water quality improvements like retention facilities, permeable paver systems and filters, and we initiate stream restoration projects to address degraded conditions. The city does have a National Pollution Discharge and Elimination System permit from the state that's normally referred to as NPDES, and we're what's called a Phase 2 community. And there are 7 mandatory measures that are requirements for the city to meet, and we have an annual report that we submit to the state to verify our participation and our accomplishments related to these 7 goals. As you can see, the top few of them are related to public education, outreach, and public involvement. There's also a requirement on testing for illicit discharge, construction site runoff, which in our case is handled by Montgomery County through their sediment and erosion control permit system and office. We're responsible for system maintenance and pollution prevention and good housekeeping. The last part is we're responsible for restoration of impervious areas. So our initial NPDES permit required that the city provide treatment for 20% of the impervious area within the city itself. And there was a goal associated with that. And that had to be done within the permit term. We'll be seeing, there is a new NPDES permit that's currently in process of being instituted through the state, and I'll discuss a little bit about what that will mean in terms of changed practice and responsibilities for the city. Okay, next slide. There we go. The council priorities that the stormwater program attempts to meet is our climate change resilience, and are managing the community's natural resources sustainably. Next slide. This is a map, a picture of our stormwater system. All of our system is included in GIS, all the pipes, all the inlets, all the pipe connections, all the various facilities that we have is included in a GIS layer that gets updated whenever we make improvements. The city inherited our stormwater system from WSSE in 1988. The state changed the law and required that the water utility was no longer responsible for the stormwater system, and at that point the city could choose to take it or hand it to the county to manage. And the city at that point in time made the decision to take it itself as a municipal responsibility. Lots has happened since 1988. We now have 19 miles of storm drain pipe, 745 inlets, and 79 outfalls where water exits the system into streams and creeks. Since 2006, we've added treatment systems. That's been a mandate through the NPDES system. We have 70 bioretention facilities, 13 modular wetland systems, 7 permeable infiltration basins, 1 green roof here at the community center, 2 detention ponds, and so far we've done a little over 1,000 linear feet of stream restoration and 277 feet of outfall stabilization. next slide, thanks. As I mentioned, there is a pending change on part of the NPDES regulatory requirements. And so for our next 5-year term, we're anticipating, there's a pretty good idea of what the new requirements will be. The seven mandatory measures will remain. The state has underscored that public education and outreach efforts and public participation opportunities have to include communities with environmental justice concerns. And for Tacoma Park, this includes specifically Wards 5, 6, and the Long Branch Sligo portion of Ward 2. It also will require salt management strategies to reduce the use of winter salt on roads and sidewalks. We'll need to document the total amount of salt used. We'll need to document the amount of precipitation that's received from winter events, and we'll need to verify the number of winter events where treatment was applied. And then lastly, the requirement for impervious area treatment will increase by an additional 10%, so the total will be 30% of the impervious area baseline. Our baseline is about 462 acres. As of our last report in 2025, we had confirmed treatment of 96.35 acres, or just a little over. That number's actually wrong, should be 20.8%. So we had met the initial permit terms, and so the next regulatory requirement will be to add additional treatment. If you go to the next slide, this slide talks a bit about what we can expect in terms of impacts. We believe that we'll be able to meet the permit conditions related to public education and outreach and public participation requirements through our existing programs and collaboration with community organizations around the city. We are on our way to dealing with new salt management requirements. Two of our staff, Ian Chamberlain and Anna Mishi-John, went through the MDE Smart Salt certification in 2025. We anticipate replacing our salt spreaders when we replace the vehicles that they're mounted on. That's typically been when we update our spreaders. And over the next few years, we'll be replacing 2 of our large dump trucks are scheduled for replacement in 28, another in 29, and the final 2 in fiscal year 30. So that puts us on pretty good track to update that spreader equipment in a fairly reasonable fashion. We do anticipate that the equipment will add some costs to the otherwise costs of treatment, or cost to the spreaders themselves, because they will have a few ways that they can modulate and control the rate of the spreading of the salt. Right now, it's just on the hydraulic system, and so they add a few other ways in which they can regulate it so that you're not spreading the same amount of salt when you're stopped or going slow as you are when you're driving at regular speeds. And we're evaluating methods for documenting total amount of salt used and the total precipitation and the number of winter events. Given the rapid change in technology, we anticipate that there's probably solutions that are already been developed out there, and we just need to discover them and put them into use. The last piece on meeting the increased treatment goal, the additional 10% of treatment goal that has to be met over the 5-year permit term. And we do feel like we've got projects identified that can provide that treatment through bioretention, infiltration, and permeable pavement projects, as well as tree planting, street sweeping, and stream restoration, which we get credit for. And as I mentioned, our total baseline is about 462 acres, so the new treatment requirement will add an additional 46 acres of treatment. And what this means, and it may become, what it means to me as a manager of a program like this, is we have mandated regulatory goals that we must do in order to be a good steward and follow our permit requirements. In addition to that, we all know we have these other issues, particularly flooding-related concerns. And so we have to constantly balance and keep those going. Moving forward, we can't only do one at the loss of the other or vice versa. So oftentimes what you'll see in our budgets and our project lists are ways that we're trying to balance these and put them together in the best way. possible moving forward. So both of them are very important for the future of the city and for the health of our community, though we do have this regulatory pressure that we do need to meet, and so it does take a different kind of priority in some sense because of the nature of that requirement. Next page. Breaking down the budget, stormwater budget, into its various component parts. Personnel is a little, just under $143,000. As I mentioned before, the engineer and construction manager are shared with the Public Works budget. We have a budget of $122,000 for engineering support. That's for providing contractual technical support, survey, design assistance, as well as construction monitoring during construction projects. We have a budget for what I call mandatory services. It is the pieces of the work that we do that is mandated through our NPDES permit. These include the video inspection and cleaning of the system. We try to do about 1/5 of the system annually. We're also required to do annual water quality testing of our dry weather outfalls. We're required to do illicit discharge detection and investigation. And we have chosen to have contractual maintenance and inspection of 45 of our sites 6 times a year to make sure they're kept well and up to operating standards. We also test some of our facilities, particularly our permeable surface facilities, to make sure they're still getting the infiltration rates of water that they're required to get. And through that testing, we do identify some that are now, need to be restored or replenished or repaired in order to maintain that level of filtering. The last 2 pieces of the budget are what I call system repair and improvement. So we have a budget of $300,000. This was increased in FY26. A large chunk of that increased stormwater fee rate increase from $25 to $30 per 500 square feet went into adding to our budget for system repair and improvements. And it's used to repair existing inlets, outfalls, and pipes. The projects that we have outlined for 27 include some additional work at 2nd Avenue and Allegheny, also was included in the LIDC study. Some retention and storage facilities at Columbia and Poplar Avenue, and a repair of the outfall on Poplar Avenue into Tacoma Branch, that's just across from Goody Avenue, and continuing our program to increase the capacity at undersized inlets. We've inventoried all our inlets, and those that are little mini inlets, little tiny inlets, we're going to upsize them to increase capacity. And we're also exploring some new technology where we're using permeable bottoms in our inlets so that water can soak down into the ground, doesn't all have to end up in the stormwater pipe. And then lastly, we've got a budget of $300,000 for a planned project at Hickory and Elm, which is trying to redirect some current street flow where there is no current stormwater infrastructure on those streets, and channel it into another portion of the system where it can, where it has more capacity. Next slide. This is a picture of the revenue. This is one of the city's unique programs in that it's the cost of the stormwater management program is paid for by the utility fee, the stormwater fee that all our property owners pay. So it generates the revenue by which it needs to do its programming. So as you see there, our utility fees are equate to about $932,000 a year. Stormwater permit fees about $5,950. And we get, we're a pretty developed community, so our stormwater permit we don't have a huge number of them, about 6 to 8 a year. Some years a little higher, some years a little lower. I just wanted to point out that all commercial, institutional, or industrial facilities have to apply for a stormwater permit regardless of the size of their project, whereas single-family properties, the trigger is 5,000 square feet of limited of disturbance, so it has to be a fairly large site on their property in order to trigger the stormwater requirement. That said, Montgomery County also has some additional stormwater and water discharge requirements that they have as a component of their construction permit issues. So in addition to what the city does, the county does have a piece of not necessarily stormwater, but water control on properties. I just wanted to identify a bit of what the average stormwater utility is for single-family properties, about $150,000 a year. This is at the higher rate. So about 19% of our single-family owners pay $90 or less a year. 61% pay between $120 and $180. 16% pay between $210 and $270. And the highest fee charge for a single-family owner is $570. The total amount of money that single-family properties generate into that utility fee is about $550,000. It's about 59% of the fee itself. The commercial amount at $360 is about 38%, and the government and the other condos and whatnot is just about 3%. Next slide. That's the staff FTEs. I just wanted to point out, you can go to the next one, yeah, point out and remind folks, we do have a number of pages on in the city's website related to stormwater and resources for residents. One of the outcomes of our work with the Low Income Development Center and their stormwater resiliency study was that they produced two things for us. One was the Tacoma Park Homeowners Guide to Residential Drainage, so it's kind of like an overview of all the various ways in which you can manage stormwater on your property. There's also the Rain Plan Stormwater Calculator, which enables a resident to go in and look at in depth at the stormwater generated from their particular property. And then they have the option of following up for a no-cost virtual visit with Rain Plan folks to discuss options that they could consider for their property in order to reduce impacts of stormwater or address runoff or stormwater issues on their property. The city does have a credit program that the council authorized in 2022. So there is a small amount of credit that a resident can get if they implement some stormwater features on their property. Up to 50% of their stormwater fee could get credited back to them depending on the size of their stormwater management program and what percentage of the property it includes. But as you saw from the front slide, if your average property is generating about $150 stormwater fee a year at 50%, not going to be enough to potentially to cover, be enough of an incentive to move people that weren't otherwise planning to do it to move forward on that. Next page. Wanted to point out some of the work we've done so far in fiscal year 26. I already mentioned the Sligo Mill project and the restoration of some of the bioretention facilities. We just recently completed a outfall repair at Hayward and Larch, which addressed a long-standing issue and really made an improvement there for the drainage along that path that leads to Sligo Creek. We did a great deal of work in the rear of this community center, one of the outcomes of our last year's flooding event. So we expanded at the inlets. We changed the grade, significantly changed the grade in the back lot so that water flows out to Grant Avenue if it is captured in that area. We also redid the pathway from the school, which was doing a lot of sheet flow of water down the hill and into the parking lot. So we created a way for it to hit and move out to Grant Avenue rather than come down into the community center lot itself. And then there was a sinkhole on Maple Avenue just a block or so away that opened up after that storm event, so we have made those repairs. We're in the design of a project at Garland and Davis with the recent sidewalk design development project. It's starting to look like it would make a lot of sense to combine these two projects, save some money in terms of mobilization fees and impact. So those two, depending on how they work out, will probably get planned together at a future time. We're currently, right now, just started the restoration of the bioretention facility at Old Carroll. We'll be doing the video pipe inspection and cleaning of Subbasin 4, as well as the water quality testing this spring and summer. We've got the outfall improvement project at Poplar designed and submitted to Park and Planning for permits. We are also in that same phase with the project at Jefferson Avenue. Again, it's on park and planning property, so we have to get permission from them to proceed. The design is completed and we submitted to the park and planning for property. We're currently in design developments for project around the Boyd Avenue and Jackson Avenue area. That includes both within the playground itself, where we're going to be doing some permeable surface for the parking area and addressing some of the drainage issues within the park, as well as, more importantly, right on that intersection where we have stormwater streaming down the street, hopping over the curb and running up the driveways and into backyards. So we'll be addressing that work, redirecting the water and capturing it in the stormwater system. We have a plan to upgrade several inlets on Maple Avenue and are awaiting our contractor schedule on that. And then, as I alluded to before, we identified a number of issues as a result of the flooding last year. So some of those we've been able to address. We did some work on Baltimore Avenue. We've done the work at the rear of the community center. We just completed a project on Chestnut Avenue. If you haven't seen it, we've elevated the back curb behind the sidewalk to create more of a flood wall to keep water in the street and out of the backyard on Chestnut Avenue. And we also did some work off of Holly Avenue where we had a buried inlet and two buried inlets that exacerbated the flooding that went on there. So we've rebuilt it, elevated it, and opened it up so that it will function as well as it can in a future storm. And we've got some other projects yet to complete on Birch Avenue. Next. Oh, I think that's it.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Director Braithwaite, for all of the work that the Department of Public Works is doing, not just as it relates to facilities maintenance, sustainability efforts, but also as it pertains to stormwater management. Just want to check to see if there are any questions before I jump in. Councilmember Landman.
Thank you. This is extremely helpful. And can I also say thank you for the improvements that you just made on Tulip Avenue to fill in where the other stormwater projects were done in past years. It's looking really good. A couple of quick questions about the budget for going back to Public Works. Who is responsible for the EV charger part of the program? Does that fall within? I couldn't find a line item for it in the budget. And I was wondering where that
Yeah,
falls.
we did have some funding included in the fiscal year 26 budget, in the sustainability budget for EV charging. We supplemented it with some additional funds. We do anticipate some significant PEPCO rebates for the fleet chargers that got installed. So we're just about at the point of applying for the reimbursements from PEPCO for both the make-ready work as well as the installation of the units themselves.
I see.
So it will not cover 100% of the cost, but it will cover a significant portion of the costs, and then the rest was in the Public Works budget.
Okay.
We've got a second grant for the public chargers, so those show up in the Special Revenue Fund, and they currently exist in the Special Revenue Fund in this current fiscal year, so they were added through a budget amendment.
Right.
It's likely, again, depending on how fast we get the bid out and get responses and get approval from the state, when that actual expenditure will happen, it may be pushed into next year. So typically what happens with those is we then, in the first budget amendment of the next year, move those funds from one year to the next so that they're available for that project.
And this part of it falls under the sustainability manager's heading? Or
It has, we did some seed money in the FY26 budget for EV chargers, assuming we were going to need some matching grant funds. So we put those funds in the sustainability manager's budget.
Okay.
But in general, the oversight of those programs has been through myself or Ian Chamberlain or
that
the
was what I was
vehicle
trying to-
maintenance supervisor. Yep.
And another couple of really quick questions. The food waste program is mentioned a couple times in the budget, not just the multifamily units, but as something that we do that is unique to the city. And I was trying to identify a cost figure associated with that, because it's implied in the budget that it is something that has a, the bottom line is red, it's not, it doesn't, offset,
Yeah.
tipping fees. I was wondering if you have any estimates for what that project costs us. You don't need to dig it up this minute,
Yeah,
but if you
I
could
was,
provide.
I'll have to look. I know that within the Public Works budget on the solid waste page, we do a breakout of the cost by recycling,
okay.
trash, and I believe we have both yard waste and food waste in there. If
Okay.
not, we could certainly pull the food waste numbers out.
Okay.
When the program was first started, which it's been like practically 15 years now, we did add a staff position. So the solid waste division went from 9 to 10 in order to facilitate the food waste program. And a truck was purchased. First, we reused an old truck, but then eventually outfitted an additional truck. So those are costs of the program. It also has a tipping fee similar to recycling processing. So it's we're pretty able to identify the costs for that program based on the staffing needs, the equipment needs, and the operating costs.
Thank you. Do I have time for one or two others, or not?
There's a lot of other
Okay.
lights, if you don't mind. If we have time, then we can come back.
I'll submit them to you. separately.
Sure,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Councilmember Schlegel?
Thank you. I've been putting dashes next to most questions so I can email them. I was just regarding on the public works with the state highways, sidewalks. I know that each year we kind of ask, like, what is the situation with state highway possibly paying for their own ADA sidewalk improvements?
I'm not aware of any funding that the state has put towards that, nor willingness or interest to do so. They've kind of usually doubled down that it's the local municipality's responsibility to do any maintenance, even trip hazard maintenance on sidewalks along state roads.
That is, in speaking with Secretary Pines most recently, I asked again about whether or not they can figure out a way to pay for ADA improvements along state roads. And it has been stressed that according to the law, they are not required to fund those activities, and that even if they were forced to, they could not afford it. So it is, it is a very interesting ask. We are not alone in that ask. Rockville, Gaithersburg, other municipalities, I believe maybe last year, year before, it was an MML, 2 years ago, it was a chapter MML push to try to get SHA to pay for their own sidewalks and ADA work along state roads, and we were not
Yeah.
successful.
Yeah,
It doesn't mean we're not going to keep trying, but
okay. I suppose then, while we're on the sidewalks, I will ask the, what you could call the Alan Fetter question, because he's raised this before. I know he's in Ward 5, but he's voiced this to me too. He wonders whether, when we are making ADA improvements, must we have the maximum width along the entire segment, or can we follow the stricter part of the law? In other words, can we, that it says it can be narrowed at certain points for certain stretches?
Yeah, and I think if you will look at our track record on sidewalk construction, you'll find that is what we do. We're kind of held out as a model for ways to work around trees, as well as implementing sidewalks and maintaining roadway parking. So it is all part of the consideration that's made when a sidewalk is designed. We always start with the 5 feet as a goal. A 5-foot wide sidewalk is a comfortable sidewalk to walk on. People can pass each other comfortably. It
Yeah.
is the goal.
Yeah.
But then you have real world conditions, and so you start trying to work your sidewalk design around the real world conditions. The designs that we're currently working on now also include those kinds of issues. Where do you where do you work around trees? Where do you go into the street? When can you narrow? Sometimes you have to just to get through driveway aprons. So it's a standard component of what we do. That is exactly what we do.
Great, thank you so much for that. And then on stormwater, I can, same question. I just, one big question was, why is the money for stormwater projects coming from partly general fund and partly fees? Just because in general,
None of it's coming from general fund, it's all coming from the stormwater utility fee.
Okay,
Yeah.
all
There's-
right,
There have
okay.
been times in the past where money is moved both directions, but it always gets moved back. But
Okay, I
there is no
misinterpreted.
general fund money into the
Great.
stormwater budget. And the revenue numbers that I had on my point, as well as in the budget book, document that there is no general fund monies that
Okay,
go
then
into
I
stormwater
misread
projects.
something earlier. I apologize.
It's reflected in the capital budget, but it's listed as stormwater fund.
Okay. And then, so just my one other one for tonight is, when we look at this new 10% treatment requirement for impervious, do you foresee that might require any budgeting for easement agreements? In other words, if we have reduced property tax from, let's say, the VFW turned over some of their property for that purpose, is this something we need to be thinking about over the near term or the midterm to prepare for those kinds of expenses? In other words, the easy solutions have been already found and done.
Well, I'm not quite sure I'm understanding the question about easements, because the city, at least for instance, if we build sidewalks, we don't pay for easements. So people have to willingly let us build our sidewalk across their private property and give us a construction
Maybe I'm
easement.
using the wrong term, yeah.
Yeah, so, but in terms of projects, I mean, we have a very long list of potential projects that staff continually think about and work on. So I don't think we're at that point yet. The projects start to get more and more expensive. There's stream restoration projects that we'd like to do, and they are very expensive, as we've learned in the process of doing stream restoration. They also gain you a lot of water quality treatment credits. So it will, we'll continue to develop that. Part of our annual report to the state is called, we have to create a restoration activity schedule, which projects into 2030, this last one. We had to go 5 years into the future, what we propose to do to meet the goals. So we've shown on paper that we could get there. Reality is always different based on construction schedules and cost of projects, but we've identified projects that we can use to meet that 10%.
I think it's great, by the way, that we're at over 20% and meeting the goal. So thank you. And I registered another email about a question about the Hickory Elm project and its downstream impacts. I'll just mention that to my colleagues, that I'm still curious and wondering what's the order of operations for that whole catchment system.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's something the city engineer will have to do. They'll have to calculate flows and frequency and speed and make sure the system can handle it.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Hanzak.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Director Braithwaite, particularly in light of the stress that you must be feeling right now to get over to the recreation center. I'll send most by email, but just a few quick ones for my colleagues. When would you plan to look at the fuel cost issue, before we close the budget out, given that, there is the sad possibility that we might be facing this for a longer time than we would like to see?
Yeah, I was very glad we bought diesel fuel in February. So we're still in good shape. And it's not, it's not our heavy diesel fuel time, which is leaf collection, snow removal, when we're really using a lot of diesel. So we will try to delay filling our tank until prices come down to normal. I think we have a factor of $8,000 in the Public Works budget for fuel, an increase from one year to the next. I would think that I wouldn't recommend doing that quite yet, or even before the budget is passed, because we do have the ability to do a budget amendment multi-times during the year if we find that we think the costs of fuel are going to far exceed what we currently have budgeted. So we'll have a much better sense of what that's going to be and what that looks like. But it's something we're trying to keep an eye on.
I'm just, I'm asking about timing. Thank you. And then this is very specific, but I wanted to do this in the public domain versus in a private email. I feel like I remember, but I cannot find it in my notes, that within the last 3 years, there was some stormwater discussion, I thought, coming from you about Kennebec drainage. Is that, why am I not seeing that anymore? Can you, and if this is too detailed, just, we can
Yeah, no,
email.
we hope to be able to use community development block grant funding for those projects, because Ward 5 is the one area where we can do CDBG work, and we
Right.
were successful in doing the Houston Avenue project before. So it's kind of just a matter of collaborating. It's a very bureaucratic intensive end to develop the bid documents and whatnot, and our grants person Patty has been instrumental in that. So we anticipate moving that project forward with CDBG funding, but there's a lot of difference, and Devin, when he comes down, can speak to that. And the CDBG money is kind of overseen by the
Okay.
planning office, and we try to spend it.
Okay, I'll try to probe on that later. I believe there's some federal dollar discussions associated with that. And then finally, one more thing. Can the LiDAR camera that you mentioned be utilized for the crosswalk work assessment as well as the road quality? I know that's been on your
Yeah.
radar for a while. Is that in the plans?
It can be, yeah.
Okay, is that something that would need an extra budget in order
Not-
to
it's-
ask that out of the existing
Yeah.
3-year contract?
Not, it's our understanding that the data has been captured, and so we just need to ask our vendor to run the analytics on that and produce a report relative to that.
Okay, within
so-
our existing contract? Okay, terrific. Thank you. I'll save the rest for email.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanzak. Councilmember DeBala.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you and your staff for all the immense amount of things you guys do. It's, when I hear it all at once, I get tired just listening. I think it's great. And I have some questions that I can email you that are more specific to Ward 2. But I wanted to ask about what's not in here. So you mentioned some things, like the tree fund money. This was my idea in the first place, to use it up. We used it up. Now what do we do? Because we have people who want to plant trees and there's no money to do it this spring. Fine, but then are we going to have that problem again next spring if we don't look at perhaps increasing that budget a little bit? I'm looking at the sustainability budget going from 2 interns to 1. Looking at the engineering, you said that engineering support is reduced at the same time that we're tackling a lot of engineering work, not just stormwater, but construction, et cetera. So I would ask respectfully for some kind of handle on what might help if we were to consider these 3 areas that are related to the council goals: the sustainability, the, what I just say, the sustainability, the trees, which is also sustainability. And as far as I'm concerned, the engineering work that isn't getting done is largely sustainability also. So you don't have to answer that right now, but that would be the question I would pose.
Sure. And it's a question we spend a lot of time thinking about.
I bet you do.
I think what we're at is a capacity issue. So it's not a question of funding being able to move us further unless we start adding full-time equivalents. And I have long said we need another engineer in the city engineering office, or at least the capacity for more hours for an engineer. Our engineering support isn't decreasing. We added money in FY26 to that, and are maintaining that through 27. So we are getting outside consulting work for engineering support.
That outside consulting work went down, but maybe I misread.
Not for engineering. It may have for some of the other project lines. So it's a bit of a balancing act with we have a number of divisions within Public Works that are single person offices. Urban Forest Manager 1, Sustainability Manager 1, City Engineer 1. So there's just automatic limits there about what they can oversee or programs they can administer, being an office of one.
Okay. When will the garland design be done for the sidewalk that we can have a workshop?
We hope to have the community meeting soon. We did a walkthrough with our design engineers probably 2 weeks ago. So they thought in about 3 or 4 weeks they'd have plans ready for us. So we'll host a community meeting. We tend to have those meetings virtual, just to facilitate people being able to
Okay, well,
see
if
it
it's
and ask
getting
a lot of
close,
questions.
let's talk with the community association there.
Mm-hmm.
Good day, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much. One of the joys of going last is that people have already asked your questions. And just so that staff is aware, many of my questions aligned with Councilmember DeBala, specifically around the sustainability manager intern. I understand that sometimes when you're managing interns, it's labor intensive, it's for a limited amount of time. Sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze. But I do just want to know like what potential impact that going down to one intern may have, because we also talked today about the fact that we have an intern that's dealing with our multifamily food composting program, and we have interns that have been helping with our dashboard work, and we have interns that we've been very fortunate, and we have some really good interns that are doing some really important work. And so if we're not going to be able to have another intern, it would be helpful to know how that may potentially impact some of the major initiatives that they're leading, and that we want to make sure keep moving forward. The other question I have also aligned with about whether or not the 45,000 for tree Tacoma is enough. If we are finding ourselves, like, did we propose to increase that amount any? Are we anticipating that 45K is ultimately going to have us run out of funds again by the end of the year? Just
Yeah, it'll start being a kind of an annual cycle where the funds that we generate that year will pay for the program that year, and it'll kind of cap it at that level. We have spent as much as, I think one year, 120,000 for the Tree Tacoma program. Some years it's been 85. So we have had higher years. We'll be able to plant everything that's come into the queue this current fiscal year. People who applied, they've got their site visits, they've signed their contracts, all that will go in with the level of funding we have now. But we anticipate that, set up for next year will be reasonably $45,000. Though that can change, and again, perhaps I'm just a little too optimistic. We just had a public tree meeting on Oswego Avenue where they're going to be cutting down 19 trees. We've got the Our Lady of Sorrows project. We've got Washington Venice University, a hospital center. Not to say that we're excited about trees being removed, but largely that will generate funds for the tree fund. So while we are, it is a good problem to have spent down our backlog and our funds and have the program be popular. I'm not quite at the point where I say, oh, this is dire, we need to add money, or else we're going to lose our momentum. I think by next year we'll know that. And if we're really getting a lot of people unhappy that they weren't able to get a tree within the year cycle, we'll get that feedback. And we could also potentially, if more funds come into the tree fund, we could ask council to increase the amount that goes towards the Tree Tacoma program. So we're kind of in a wait and see situation. I know our urban forest manager is very concerned about it, and he'd like to see more money available for that. I do know we've got some funds coming in, and we may end up in a little more flush than we think right now.
Thank
And
you.
perhaps to state the obvious, if council did want to allocate additional dollars to Tree Tacoma, it would have to come from either the general fund The only other option that I can think of would be red light camera.
Red
Red
light
light
camera. Okay. Thank. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move on to our next presentation this evening, Housing and Community Development.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Devin McNally here with the HCD department. Here to talk about the FY27 proposed budget for HCD. That is our mission statement. We cover a pretty wide portfolio ranging from planning to economic development to housing related concerns to arts and humanities. And so as a result, we have a lot of different mission statements going on. But one of these is to preserve and enhance Tacoma Park's existing commercial and residential neighborhoods. And you see some of those budget priority items there. This is just a quick glance at some of these investments that we're making as part of this budget. Enhancing access to reliable and sustainable transportation options. And as you can see, in many cases, we're trying to pursue grant funding to achieve these. Ensuring safe, decent, and affordable homeownership and rental housing opportunities. Increasing the capacity of our residents, neighborhood and tenant associations, and local nonprofit organizations. Encouraging and supporting private and public investment within the city, and then enriching the lives of our residents through the arts and humanities. So our organization is 14 people, 13 and a little bit under 1 FTE. That's no change from FY26, which had a reduction that year. And I am very pleased to report that we are fully staffed, including our new Deputy Director, Alana Brazier, who is here with us today. So HCD revenue primarily comes from our rental licensing fee. So it's a small increase from last year. It adjusts with the CPI. We do have a few permits and registration fees, but they are typically pretty small in nature, and so they get lumped in kind of with other miscellaneous sources of revenue. And then we do occasionally issue citations, which have fines attached to it that we do collect. So we're anticipating collecting about a little over $400,000 in FY27 from our rental licensing fees. Our operating budget is a little under $2.7 million. Most of this is personnel costs, which is a little over half, about $1.88 million. But as you can see, it's kind of spread along those, and I'll be diving into each kind of division individually. In this case, our operating budget, this was a maintenance of effort budget, and so it is only a very small increase, a little over $8,000 from last year's projected budget. A large part of this comes from reduced operating expenses. One example of this was kind of transitions into kind of more modern licensing software. And so when we first started back in FY24, talking about our rental licensing and rent reporting software, we were spending about $50,000 a year to administer that. And now in our FY27 proposed budget, it's going to be about $20,000. So we've managed to kind of create some savings there. And we're hoping to, as we kind of transition, find some savings, maybe not direct savings, but certainly savings in staff time. Talking a little bit of what we've done in the past, I will always use this as an opportunity to plug our annual reports. So if you don't have a copy of one, happy to provide one for you. But the budget and kind of our work led to the assignment of rights of the Duville and kind of subsequently helping the tenants get a developer who was willing to invest in the building. We provided $142,000 in direct resident support. So this includes our emergency assistance program, amongst others. We successfully completed a study of the New Hampshire Gardens area, which had had major traffic problems, and have a number of different interventions to solve some of those issues underway. We unveiled a new public art sculpture over by the Recreation Center, had very well-attended Tacoma Arts performances, put on a number of events around bicycle and pedestrian safety, along with our grant programs and partnerships with local community organizations. So I'll start with our administrative division. So this is a lot of the work is kind of initial client intake and appropriately routing. So our HCD coordinator is generally the first person that a resident will probably talk to when they walk in or call the office. And they do a fantastic job, Ramon Sola is his name, of routing that individual to the relevant county or city resource. We collaborate with other city departments to manage grant funds. So our grants manager, Patty Mallon, is in HCD and admin. We oversee strategic plan implementation and undertake projects related to city real estate or major economic development. So the Recreation Center falls under HCD admin. So most of this budget, as you can imagine, is salaries because that is kind of overseeing projects. But a lot of our kind of departments' operating expenditures fall under this. So this is supplies or office materials. Some of kind of the major pieces are an implementation of our code enforcement software in the coming year. So previously we've been on MyTKPK, which if you've used it in the past is not necessarily the most user-friendly, both on the front end for residents and on the back end. And so the hope is to kind of transition to something that both saves our staff time in terms of the ability to kind of log and manage cases, but then also makes it a much more friendly user interface for residents to quickly alert city staff about potential issues. We, along with several other divisions, have a translation services budget to translate materials into Spanish, Amharic, or French, as well as get translation interpreters for major events. We also are the essentially copying and printing center for our department, so that is a major cost as well. Moving on to economic development, we have a large portfolio, and we are once again standing it up now that we have an economic development specialist. But a large part of this work is collaborating with local business associations and supporting our local businesses that are outside of those business associations, promoting Tacoma Park, and providing technical assistance or resources for local businesses. So there's a slight reduction. Part of that is we do plan to move some of our business support grants over into the interdepartmental budget, which I'll get into a little bit later. But we do want to have still a pre-development fund, is what we've called it in the past, for underutilized parcels, and then also maintain our support for our local business associations, such as the Long Branch Business League, our Old Tacoma Business Association, and our Tacoma Langley Crossroads Development Authority. We are planning to relaunch our own business support grant program. That is in our interdepartmental budget, but I wanted to call it out here. Our plan is for about $40,000, and we're hoping to do somewhere between 5 and 10 kind of grants per year. We do have a facade improvement grant program that I'm very thrilled to say that we won state money to do, and that will be entirely funded through that state grant. Our planning division oversees our development review process. So they are the ones that kind of, when a county planning application comes in, they are the ones that kind of shepherd it through our portion of it. They lead our efforts around planning and transportation planning. They collaborate a lot with Public Works through that. And then they also put on community events, particularly around multimodal transportation, including Bike Month, which is coming up in May, and Safe Routes to School programming. So this includes funding for a full-time planning intern. We get a lot of great work out of our interns, including a lot of mapping and kind of the technological side of things. I do want to call out a few pieces. So we have about $40,000 here for matching bikeway design work. So this is looking at the New Avenue Bikeway, Section C. So that's the portion that is coming from the Tacoma Langley Crossroads, Purple Line Station, and connecting down to New Hampshire Avenue. We also hold the contract for the city's mapping software. So if you've heard of the ArcGIS, all those maps, that's paid through the planning division. We also are hoping to do a pilot of kind of some right-of-way safety work using artwork. So you might have seen some examples of that in DC. We'd like to try and pilot that out in the city. And then some support, matching funds for some of our work around Safe Routes to Schools and outreach materials for Bike to School Day and Bike Month. Our Arts and Humanities is a one-person show, and Brendan does quite a lot, including organizing and hosting our Tacoma Park Arts Series. So that includes concert, theater, dance, film, and exhibitions. We do about one per month, sometimes two. The installation of public art across the city, typically we do about one a year. It depends on kind of, can we find available space and kind of get an artist that fits that space. They staff our arts and humanities committees, they collaborate with local artist groups, and they assist the poet laureate in discharging their duties. We're very lucky that a good portion of the budget is supplemented by the Maryland State Arts Council. They do operating grants, and we are typically recipients of an annual operating grant. But we budget still. Besides just the Arts and Humanities Coordinator, we give out performance honorariums. It depends on the size of the performing group, but typically it's about $600 a performance. We manage our free little art and libraries, and then typically we have a larger public project that we're using some of the state grants for and bring them together to support that. All right, housing. A whole bunch in here, including landlord-tenant mediation and client intake. They oversee our rental licensing and rent stabilization programs. They staff our Commission on Landlord-Tenant Affairs. They oversee the city's tenant opportunity to purchase program, operate the emergency assistance programs, and then also provide special support for housing projects. So this is our largest division. There are 4 staff that oversee this work. They also hold our largest contract, which is with the county for a rental inspection contract. That's a little over $330,000, nearly $340,000. That essentially supports 2.5 positions at the county, but it does give us access to a team of about 6 inspectors, including a manager, that will respond to both complaints that come into the division, but then also does proactive inspections. So we do inspections on a much more frequent basis than the county. The county typically does triennial inspections. We typically do yearly inspections with some on biannual inspections. We are also proposing about $30,000 for tenant organizing assistance. So working with local nonprofits in the area to help provide assistance to tenants, whether they want to register with the city as an official tenant association or if they would like to just help bringing their neighbors together. And then we also have our fair return petition that requires us to have an accountant go through these fair returns. And this is when a building is petitioning the city to have an allowance greater than the typical rental allowance increase because of capital expenditures, rising operating costs. We also have a large budget for translation work since this division does a lot of work that needs to be available in all languages. Code enforcement. This is maintenance of the property maintenance code, investigation of nuisance complaints. They refer to the appropriate county and state agencies when required, and then do education around sustainable practices and anti-litter. The proposed budget is a small increase. Most of this is associated with our clean and lean work. So a large part of what we will do is if we go to court over a property maintenance violation, we will secure what's called an abatement order, essentially a order from the court to remedy the issue. If that does not occur, we can use this fund to find a contractor and take care of the work ourselves. And then we typically either place it as a lien against the property or we add it to the property taxes. So we have had cases recently in the past where we did the work, we placed the lien, and then we were paid back. So the idea is that eventually this money comes back to the city, but in the interest of moving things along, we are essentially going out and doing it ourselves. So our interdepartmental funding is kind of our major kind of projects and programs. So I'll briefly run through that. We're requesting, kind of based on the recommendation of the grants committee, grants review committee, I should say, a pretty significant increase to the Community Quality of Life grant program. It was around $110,000 last year. They're asking, particularly in this kind of climate, to increase it to $250,000. We also are having an increase to the community event sponsorship. This is because there was a switch over where we are now kind of holding funds for some kind of day of activities, such as the Let's Play America days. And so we need additional budget to accommodate what has been typical city operating practice. $90,000 for emergency assistance work. City matching for our multifamily building improvement grant. What I can say is that will supplement a $400,000 grant award from the Maryland Energy Administration, and then $40,000 in farmers market support, and that supports our two farmers markets, the Crossroads Farmers Market and the Tacoma Park Farmers Market. Our CIP budget is a smaller portion, but still not insignificant. And there are three kind of broad categories. The first is externally funded capital projects and their required city matches. So the two major ones are our Met Branch Trail, which we are, fingers crossed, hopefully going to be getting a significant portion of money for from both the state and hopefully federal government. The New Avenue Bikeway project, which we are still trying to figure out exactly how that's going to go. Staff is speaking with SHA and the state about how best to approach that. There are annually reoccurring special revenue funds with capital improvement uses. So this would be CDBG and program Open Space. They both have different sorts of ways that they're operated, but we can essentially avail ourselves of those funds. And then there are general fund capital projects. So these are projects that we are undertaking ourselves. So this includes the public space management plan, some of the implementation costs with that, some of our traffic studies, and then the recreation center, which is budgeted for $110,000 this coming year. We also work to try to bring in a fair amount of money to the city through our grant funds. So we have about $628,000 in continuing grants from the previous fiscal year. And then additionally, we've secured nearly $600,000 that will be incorporated into the FY 2027 when we sign grant agreement contracts. So this includes the facade improvement grant, some of the MEA grants that we found out about, as well as a PEPCO resiliency grant. A quick note on this will just change throughout the year as we find out about more grants, both good and bad. But the idea is that we are always actively trying to figure out ways to bring money into the city to offset general fund expenses for projects that are eligible. So this kind of, to wrap up, we've got some emerging issues and challenges. We are, as has been pointed out, mostly built out. And so the parcels we have left tend to be a little bit more complicated to develop. So increasing our tax base is not as straightforward as just simply finding a piece of land and developing it. There are significant headwinds for our region just broadly, and we will not be immune from those. As more people return to office, pedestrian bicycle safety is going to be more of a challenge and require kind of more dedicated solutions. However, there are a number of opportunities. I think there are, in particular, kind of great ways to bolster the work that the city is doing. I think we'd like to think of ourselves as fairly innovative and a great place to do pilot programs, and that makes us very good at getting grants. So the multifamily building improvement grant is one such example. We have a great collaboration with our community partners, which allows us to leverage our funding and reach more residents than we could otherwise. And we have a really strong kind of local business that we can build off of. It is very rare that we have lots of empty vacant space, particularly in our commercial cores, for sitting for long, and that is a huge strength. And then finally, I cannot stress this enough, having a fully staffed department for the first time since I've been with the city is a huge building block that we can kind of jump off from. So the takeaways are that we continue to kind of try to find ways to bring in more money to the city to support our operations and continue to invest in software and tools to kind of reduce expense and allow us to be more productive. And we are trying as best as possible to direct those savings to programs that are designed to support city residents. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Just want to see if my colleagues have any questions. Otherwise, I will kick us off. All right, Councilmember Schlegel.
Okay. I was still sorting out what I really should ask, but I might ask to come back to me if I think of one more thing, but
No worries.
let's see. Do you know from regarding Homestretch program, do we know how many purchasers it helped in the past, and for 135,000, how many purchasers it might be projected to help?
I don't have the exact numbers of Homestretch recipients. We can get you that information. Typically, what we're looking at, and we're pulling together some reserve fund guidelines that will kind of help us, but the thought would be somewhere between 5 and 10% of a down payment, depending on kind of household income. So that could be anywhere from, realistically, I'm going to say, between 3 and 8 households a year.
Thank you. And are those households, can they be restricted to anyone who's already lived in Tacoma Park for a while, or is it basically open to anyone in the world who wants to apply?
We could theoretically restrict it to individuals who have lived within the city. That sometimes can be a little challenging, but certainly can do that. We, of course, would limit it to purchases within the city of Tacoma Park.
Sure. Okay. And these are related questions, which actually I'll ask them. I'm wondering what with business association budgets and farmers market support, how much they're reliant on the city, and whether the city is aware, like you don't need to give me the numbers, but are we aware what percentage of their budgets are funded by the city?
I don't have that number for you, but we can certainly ask them to provide that information to
Yeah, I
us.
apologize that it didn't occur to me before.
Yeah.
And then I had a quick question about right-of-way safety artwork, and that can just be asked. I'm not familiar with what that is proposed to do, but in a word, if you have something to say for us right now, then.
Yeah, so some of the safety interventions that we've seen in the past are, for example, marked crosswalks or like curb bump outs. And so one way to do it is, for example, using flex posts for a bump out and then putting artwork within the bump out itself. So instead of pouring concrete, you do some sort of kind of artwork, art piece, ideally with paint that does not run away at the first, snow and rain. DC has been doing this down in their area, and so it's a way to kind of create something that isn't just that is more visually appealing and also kind of encourages a driver to slow down.
Sure. I think I've seen something along Piney Branch near Aspen or Whittier. Real quick, a couple more. Is there any goal for interjurisdictional partnerships this year in either planning or economic development? I know Ralph Tellis's fiscal sustainability study had suggested working with Prince George's County on Lower New Hampshire Avenue.
Yeah, so I think that's something we'd like to do is start having those conversations and understanding where our points of overlap are with Prince George's County, and then also with SHA. I'll make no secret about the fact that we would love SHA's support, both monetarily or even from a project management side, in helping us get the new New Hampshire Avenue bikeways, particularly along the New Hampshire Avenue section, built, because that is their right of way. And that is the most tricky part of that build. So,
Thank you. And the last is the $30,000 for tenant organizing assistance. It sounds like a laudable goal there. I mean, a laudable, commitment. I was just wondering, like, from an outcomes basis, what are the goals in terms of number of new tenant organizations or similar alliances that you hope to get formed in FY27?
yeah, so we have a RFP out right now to kind of solicit some of that. My personal goal would be at least 2 to 3 new registered tenant associations, but more than that, just also kind of being able to put some numbers to the number of residents engaged through that. So we are starting that, and I'm happy to pass along that RFP as well that we spent, and I'll call out our housing manager, Paloma Arroyo Lefebvre, who spent a lot of time kind of putting that together. How do we solicit that? Because it is, a lot of specialized work that goes on there.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for my colleagues' indulgence.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Honzak?
Yep, thank you so much and welcome, is it Brazier? Brazier, I'm sorry, I wrote it down and I didn't put the pronunciation. It's nice to see your department all filled out. It's very exciting. I am wondering about a couple of things. On slide 28, the community events and the farmers markets, do you happen to have a ballpark idea of how those figures might be comparing to last year? I thought I heard you say 75K for community events was a new item, or did you say that was an increase?
It was an increase. So it's an increase of $15,000, and that's based on essentially budget for Let's Play America, was being folded into our community event process. So there's a set process by which outside groups can request city sponsorship. And so we are trying to kind of consolidate those requests into one specific process. And so as a result, we are moving budget that was specifically earmarked for certain sponsorships into our just kind of general
Okay, now I
sponsorship
know what you're
fund.
talking about. Okay, are you talking about another thing as well that was from prior years? You said Let's Play America. Is there another one that was in that category?
So this would also include like when we sponsor 4th of July, Juneteenth, the folk
Okay, it's
festival,
all of those
that,
things.
all that sort of stuff is in there.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that clarity. And that, I just don't recall seeing that specificity. Is that in here and I missed it? Of the
It might
list
not
of the
be
events?
specifically in this presentation, but
Okay, then I will ask for that.
yeah,
Okay, and then the 40K for the 2 farmers markets, I'm assuming Crossroads is a new piece of that, but in past years, do you have any idea what that looked like?
So we've provided support in past years to Crossroads. So typically it's about $30,000 for Crossroads and $10,000 for Tacoma Park Farmers Market. Crossroads does a lot of kind of additional social kind of services affiliated with Crossroads, and that's the reason for the larger
But it's not,
share.
but it's not a lot larger than last year in spite of some of the challenges they're facing. Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. And then can you just speak a little bit, you jumped right over it as you presented for time probably. On slide 27, it says the division has some increased costs for promotional materials. This is code enforcement and speaking fees to bring speakers. I will admit that although I know this falls under the general description of this department, it sounds somewhat redundant to me with some of the things that our sustainability department might do. So can you just speak to that for a moment?
Yeah, so typically the invited educational pieces for code enforcement focuses around kind of safe grow, anti-litter, and then to some degree we call it a broad catcher sustainability. But the two that are specific really are an anti-litter educational speaker and a safe grow speaker. So that might be about native plants, that might be about ways to kind of sustainably discourage pests, like things like that. So while it is similar, in the same vein as sustainability, it has a distinct code enforcement approach to it.
What is the budgetary amount for that?
I can
it's
get you that
generic here.
information.
I can write to you.
Yeah, we can pull it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanzak. Councilmember DeBala?
Yes, thank you. Great presentation, great work. So easy to do a great presentation. And I love that you're full-staffed. Couple of questions. Clean and Lean. Great name, but that's been in the budget before, right?
Correct.
Right, okay, because I'm remembering a house in Ward 2 that may have started this, okay. Housing reserve, I'm not finding it. Where is it in the budget?
So it should be under interdepartmental. It is, and I believe it is $400,000. Some of that is to support new multifamily construction. We are hopefully going to be seeing. There's one project in particular that Grace United Methodist up
Yeah.
on New Hampshire that is slowly working its way
I'm asking.
towards finally putting in a planning application. I can say that they did put in a LIHTC application, and they're waiting to hear back on that. So they need to secure that funding before they start really moving forward in earnest. And then that would also be the relaunch of Homestretch as well, which would be $135,000. So those are two of the kind of major pieces there.
Coming out of the housing reserve.
Correct.
Okay. So the $400,000 is a contribution to the reserve for this year, and the reserve is bigger than that, and thus we can draw on it for programming. Okay, thank you. And then along the lines of what Councilmember Honzak may have been asking, there's money for the community grants, additional money for community grants. I think that's great. I wonder if even more is useful, but to that end, emergency assistance money and some of the other categories that we talked about when you presented on direct assistance to people who are gonna need it, because it's gonna get worse before it gets better. So again, what more might be needed? Are you lowballing here because we are trying to have a level, trying to have a maintenance of effort budget? What would it look like if the council thought these were priorities and we needed to do a little more?
So
And again, you may not be able to answer that right now.
yeah, it's generally speaking, we see, and this is where I'll once again say that the housing team does a really good job. They've been able to sit down with the sheriff's office and essentially get now a weekly list of scheduled inspections. So this is not inspections scheduled that week, but the evictions that were scheduled that past week. So kind of a few weeks out. And so they're able to kind of go and sit down. Typically, when we look at that list, we're not seeing a lot of Tacoma Park evictions. We see maybe 1 or 2 each week. And so this kind of,
1 or 2 a week?
generally speaking, and in some cases, you know, if they're behind, let's say, you know, significantly, we're not going to be able to help, but this represents about 30 or so EAP cases. What I would say is, in these sorts of funding situations, we can always come back and say we've exhausted the current fund and we're asking for additional funds. And that can be a way to handle it, as opposed to putting a large budget in there and then having to, you know, essentially not spend it. So it just reflects 2 different ideas. Generally, we've been doing between 30 and 40 a year, so to speak.
And I just wanted to go back, because I know that I heard a lot of folks questioning 1 or 2 a week. These are scheduled evictions that can potentially be canceled, and so they may not result in an actual eviction. Is that, just want to confirm that, okay.
Correct.
And I did have one more question. On the New Hampshire Avenue bike trail, the 3 different sections, A, B, C, you went faster than I could catch up with what you're looking to do in fiscal '27 and what you're looking, my real question is looking for outside funding for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we are looking to design section C. So that's what we have directly in the budget, is matching funds for design work. We are looking for ways to construct, both either through grant funds or partnerships, sections A and B, which are directly along New Hampshire Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Landman?
Before you move
Oh,
on, Mayor,
sorry,
if
go
I
ahead.
could, just for a moment, Councilmember DeBala, the fund summary contains the balance of the housing reserve. It's on page 46 if you want to take a look at it. But the expected balance as of June 2026 is $1.3 million.
Thank you. I can never.
Councilmember Landman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to ask you 3 quick things. The first is in the Emergency Assistance Fund. We have spoken earlier about whether the current language in the regulation says that we have to wait for people to be get an eviction notice or power or water turn-off notice before we can assist them, and that being more flexible about that for people who are facing significant family trauma as a result of what's going on with ICE and immigration, et cetera, was something that you said you would consider what that would entail. My question, and a number of council members have said they're interested in trying to figure out if that's something the city could do. So my question is whether by moving sooner to assist people before they reach that desperate state, whether you think you would need to adjust the amount of money in the Emergency Assistance Fund. I think this is maybe what you were alluding to, Councilmember, because it's a question of, is it only a question of timing then, or is it also a question of total funding available? We're still talking about people facing the same challenges, but perhaps not having to be quite so desperate in the timing before we can assist them.
Yeah, I think the challenge that we turn over with this a lot of times is documentation and controls. So one of the reasons why we talk about in a court filing, either kind of the initial filing in court or a judgment, is because that is a piece of paper that we know to ask for that will demonstrate kind of, yes, this is an event that is happening, that we can use to kind of qualify someone. It's trickier with kind of detainment because we have yet to see a good document or something that we could take from a source to do that. That isn't to say that we couldn't make those changes. It just raises more kind of questions on how we provide adequate controls. Which I understand is not a full response. And that's partially why we've, for example, with the Immigrant Support Services, tried to work with partners who are kind of embedded within the community and provide them kind of flexibility with those funds so that they can kind of do that qualification work. But that isn't to say that if we were, to do that, we would certainly need additional funds because they would, if we expand the criteria, we need more funding.
So it's not only timing, it's also timing of providing the funding. It would also open the door to additional people receiving support, is what you're anticipating.
Correct. Yeah. If we change some of the qualifications, that will bring more people into eligibility.
Okay.
I'm sorry, real quick. Would that also open us up to needing to have documentation within the city regarding the rationale, particularly if there is a desire to make an exception, not just for everyone that's experiencing a current financial hardship, but a specific exception for individuals that may be facing deportation, and that being a criteria? Would that then mean, because we would be providing folks with city funds, that we would need to keep documentation regarding who received those funds, which could also open us up to risk?
That is correct. Yeah. So as part of any emergency assistance payment, we have to collect certain personal information. We take steps to kind of safeguard that and limit access. But for example, our finance department needs to know who we're making payments to and why we're making those payments. They have to provide that information to the auditors so that they can demonstrate that we are not simply spending the funding to,
Help our friends.
essentially waste, fraud, and abuse.
So we can't really debate this now, because there would be ways to frame it in terms of loss of the principal or sole breadwinner or something like that, that were not necessarily tied directly to any of the indicators we're talking about now. But I think it's just, I'm trying to get a handle on whether we need to consider whether we want to make the expansion, and if so, what it would cost. Okay, my second question has to do with what you were trying to explain about the changing of sponsorships and how that affected funding. I have been going back and forth with your department trying to figure out Let's Play America in particular, and I'm not clear on how you're trying to change that sponsorship relationship and how it relates to the funding for that. I know you have a new paperwork system for applying for sponsorship, but can you just clarify how that relates to the funding?
Yeah, so previously, sponsorships kind of were scattered throughout the city. HCD had some, Recreation had some, I believe the library might have some as well. Essentially, each department was kind of siloed in who they were working with. So the idea was with a grants manager, and generally speaking, the complexity in some of these sponsorships where they're not just asking for dollars, they're also asking for city services. And it was difficult to sometimes explain to some degree what level everyone was getting in terms of support, and also be able to kind of put real numbers and kind of data behind that, and kind of create better, kind of more equitable distribution of city funds and resources. There was a transition to try to centralize it all through a community event sponsorship. The sponsorship itself is essentially application by which they kind of describe their event. They describe what city services they're requesting, or the funding amount if they don't have any city services they're requesting. And then that comes to our grants manager, who then solicits feedback from all the different departments and then provides a recommendation to the city manager's office for kind of this award of the sponsorship. So there's some criteria involved. Happy to kind of send that back. But essentially, some of this money is coming from other departments that previously had those funds for sponsorships like Let's Play America. So it's not really a change in the overall city outlay. It's just centralizing those funding sources into one account.
Okay. So in the context of the sponsorship, if they ask you to be a sponsor so that you can, for example, call up the Montgomery County Public School Department and get a cheaper rate to sponsor the room, that would be something they would write into the grant, but it doesn't have a bottom line impact on the city. It's just, it would be one of the services they would request in the application. Is that how?
Yes, and happy to talk about this more
Okay.
offline. There are some concerns my office has, generally speaking, about this arrangement, but
Okay.
we can chat more, and very
Okay.
happy to sit down with the event organizers as well.
And to
Okay,
be
so-
clear, the program, there's a limitation to the type of service that the city will provide.
Uh-huh.
And any administration of a entity that's seeking sponsorship for an event, big or small, would not be included in the type of service that we would provide. So as a, for instance, booking or renting a facility would not be a service that we would provide through the grant.
Okay.
And part of that is just the consideration of the liability that it creates for the city. To book a facility on behalf of a sponsor for whom we don't have any control over how the event is going to be managed and operated.
Okay. Okay, my last quick question, the Clean and Lean program and also the cafe fee program, neither one generates much in the way of resources. Yet we have talked in the council before about the possibility that by raising fees for derelict buildings, for example, which isn't exactly Clean and Lean, but it's like an enhanced permitting fee or for buildings that are vacant and are attractive nuisances, and increase the cost of policing and litter removal and so on, that would be a way to provide an extra incentive. But I don't see that as something that you moved ahead with. That was, I think we discussed it with the deputy city manager last year in the budget season. You decided not to do that this year?
Yeah, so we can pull some data on like cafe permits. What I can say is there are 3 businesses that utilize cafe permits. So essentially, we would be levying additional fees on those 3 businesses. And there are benefits in terms of kind of quality of life and placemaking that make those places attractive places for the other businesses as well. So we can explore those. We just don't know if necessarily the juice is worth the squeeze on that.
Okay.
And then with vacant property, we have a similarly small number. And so the concern would be essentially if we raise it significantly, what is, are we going to encourage them to do things like create uses for those properties that may or may not be particularly great. So there are benefits and trade-offs. So part of it is it's not a lot of additional revenue, even if we were to say double it. And there's the potential for trade-offs when we do go after that revenue. So that is kind of the high level thought process behind that on staff's part, but happy to continue that conversation.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Lamb and Councilmember Gilbert.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we're going over a little bit, but I just want to take a minute to, first of all, thank you, Director McNally, for all the work you've been doing the past week or so for the residents at the Maple View. And during that process, I've had the opportunity to see how well we apply our translator services. And I noted that on page 12, you mentioned that the translation services are $5,000 for cost. And then there's $11,000 number on page 24. Can you explain the difference between those two numbers?
Yeah, so the HCD administrative translation cost is more broad, kind of like translation for the department-wide. Typically speaking, they just have, across the department, housing just has a larger burden of translation materials. They are the ones almost day in, day out using some sort of translation work, whether it be in generating materials or more often than not, engaging a translator to come and help out with a public meeting, be it with tenants or with some other work. And so the department as a whole utilizes it, but it just isn't the same level as housing does.
So the total number for that's budgeted for it is 11,000.
11,000 in the housing division, and then there's 5,000 additionally within the department.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Couple of, I hope, quick questions. I don't know. For Homestretch, if I remember, if my memory serves me correctly, one of the reasons we put this program for the most part on pause was because of the amount of funds that someone would need, a first-time home buyer would need to actually be able to afford to purchase a property within the city of Tacoma Park. Particularly when one of the goals is to try to help those that are first-time home buyers and have certain income levels. Are you all thinking about, or have you considered like revamping the criteria for this? And if so, how do you think that would mean that the amount of funds that be made available would be sufficient?
Yeah, so that's a big portion of it. So the previous awards were $10,000. The median sales price is somewhere between $600,000 and $700,000 in the city of Tacoma Park. So $10,000 was really not going to get them very far. The idea now is to try to increase that and specifically try to target different income bands. So we're working to finalize some of that criteria, but certainly being able to significantly make a dent in someone's ability to provide the cash necessary to close. Now, previously, we had much quicker burn-offs for our Homestretch assistance. It was kind of around 5 years when the loans would be forgivable. If we are increasing the essentially amount of assistance, we would want to increase the period that those loans burn off. And so that's another piece of it. And so we're working with, we've had some good conversations with some housing program experts around kind of the area and the country about kind of how to structure those sorts of programs.
Great, thank you. And so for the CDBG program, I've always wanted to change what we have in the city law around us. So can we use those funds now are we still restricted in terms of what we can use those funds for? We still are. I wanted to change that, and I don't think we have.
I know we proposed a resolution. I can't remember off the
Did we
top of my
pass
head
it?
if we passed it. So we can
I
go
don't
back
think
and
we
check.
did. Okay, can we check on that?
Yeah.
And for those that are not familiar, there was a resolution previously that limited CDBG funds to be used for either like facade improvements or public infrastructure.
Capital infrastructure, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't know why I feel like we talked about it. I don't know if anything ever changed. And the reason why I do want to just make sure, because the program itself allows you to have far more flexibility in terms of what you can use those funds for. And so it would be great if there's some other things in Ward 5. These things that you all are proposing are excellent and things that people have been waiting on. But if there's more flexibility that we could potentially have with those funds, definitely might be worth looking into them.
Mayor Cersey, in my recollection, this came up last year, and we were looking at about the 90,000 that comes in each year, and we were wondering whether that might be the last year we ever had it. So I think that's why we loosened the restrictions,
Because we thought we weren't going to be able to spend it.
because we thought there's no point in saving it up over 3 years
Oh,
like
yeah.
we had usually been doing.
Right. Can we just quadruple check that? I think you're right, Councilmember Schlegel. I'm just trying to remember what we ultimately did because of changes that were happening at the federal level.
Mayor, I have the answer.
Thank you.
So the council did Resolution 2025-10, repealing the resolution from 2016 so that now the city can use CDBG funds for non-capital projects and programs.
Thank you very much. So I just want to make sure that we are indeed planning the use of the CDBG funds under the repeal and not just limiting ourselves based on what was previously in place.
For the moment, we still haven't told and partially it's because we haven't launched any program that would be CDBG eligible. So to get a little in the weeds here, if we were to do programs serving low to moderate income households, there's a lot of strings that come with those particular programs from CDBG. So typically the way you do it is you do it through a financial assistance to a purchase of a house. So down payment assistance programs are a great way to use CDBG funds because they are just cleaner to manage on both the requirements side and then also in terms of how you get the funds out. And so part of it has been that we haven't had a program that really does a good job of fitting it. Home repair work also sometimes falls under this as well.
Okay. So we could follow, I don't want to belabor the point because this is getting pretty late, but I would love to learn more about what we may, keeping the plan for what's already been identified for the purpose of this budget. I'm okay with that, but I would like to learn more about what some other things that we may want to consider using these funds for in the future.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify that the current federal budget proposal from the White House eliminates the CDBG grant program. And that's been proposed before. It's had opposition, but this is probably one of the things we were thinking when we did what we did last year.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I would still like to learn more about what some possibilities are.
While we're still on this, could I ask a clarifying question? I don't want to jump in front of the queue. But you're still asking a question.
I'm asking a different question, though.
Sure. Okay, well, on this, I just wondered whether, just to clarify, so I'm sure I can communicate to residents. So the Homestretch program, if reinstated, it's a sort of a revolving loan program, or is any portion of it straight up grants?
So typically they're done as forgivable loans. So the way it works is the loan is made and then set to burn off over time. The way the burn off works depends on kind of how you set it up. Sometimes it's the principal depreciates over time until a date certain, at which point the entire loan is written off. or in some cases, it's simply a there are different ways to structure it. The larger portion is usually they're always forgivable, provided the person stays and uses the home as their primary residence for the full duration of the loan.
And while we're on the topic, there was a question about the data, and we can share this with all council. The program has been in existence since 2017. We've received, and this data is from 2021, but I don't think we've issued any additional awards since then. At that time, we had received 114 applications since inception, and we had awarded made 9 awards to 2 single-family properties, 1 townhome, and 6 condominiums.
How many condominiums?
6.
Thank you.
For a total of 9 properties since 2017.
Okay, can I finish my questions? All right.
Mayor, point of order.
yes.
I'm sorry. I'm
Sorry
sorry to
about
do
that.
this to you.
I was so fascinated.
No, well, if you said you're still talking about that topic,
I go
this is about that
last, so
topic.
everybody else will have their turn. And
No,
then, you
no,
know,
I
go
know.
right ahead, go
Well, no,
ahead.
since you said we should stay on that topic. So I just want to voice my concern about the CDBG funds. Since there are only a few parts of the city where they can be used, I'm just going to reiterate that I heard Director Braithwaite talk about the Kennebec Stormwater Project. I haven't seen it in the budget. That is an infrastructure project. So if we still had funding, I would like to see that continued to be moved forward because I see it as a very big need in a piece of neighborhood where that is needed. But I hear you, Mayor. Yeah. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, no worries. And totally agree, keeping the cadence of the use of the funds that are available now. But definitely want to make sure that depending on what may happen, there's a lot of stuff that's happening every day federally, and some stuff is said and then it's repealed. So the last question I have is about the fair return. Yeah. So it is the.
Slide 24,
Yep,
I
it's
think.
on slide 24, Fund for Evaluating Fair Return Petitions. And I know that that was something that was, I just want to see if that's been increasingly difficult to do, or we're proposing like increases in terms of the funds for that work.
So this is actually a decrease from previous years where we've earmarked $20,000. It's mostly because we do 1 to 2 per year. They range in price from $5,000 to $8,000, depending on kind of how complicated or really how often we have to go back to the property owner and tell them, you didn't give us enough documentation, we need more. And so, yeah, that reduction is just, it's not the easiest process in the world. And so we only get a couple of landlords who are willing to go through the full process.
Great, thank you. All right. Not seeing any additional lights. Thank you so much. We are going to move on to the library. don't take offense. The fact that folks have decided to take a break.
Do you want me to go ahead and get started or wait for folks to come back?
I want us to get started because it's 10 p.m.
Cool.
I know, we don't have a quorum.
I, for one, am reading a book in the meantime, just so you know. No.
No, it's okay, it's all right, it's all right. Let's just see. Oh, okay. I guess we'll do a 5-minute break.
Okay.
we're going to continue tonight's meeting. Next up is the work session on the library's budget.
All right. Here we go. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here with the library's proposed budget for fiscal year 2027. I will preface by saying this is a maintenance of effort budget to reflect the uncertainty that our residents and community are experiencing, and also to be respectful of shared resources. But that said, while this proposal is not a marked departure from previous years,
Can you
closer
move
to
that mic a little closer to your,
I
a little
can.
closer?
Is that better?
It's not really.
Is that better? Okay, how's that?
Much better.
Cool, okay. All right, let's see. So I'll go ahead and get into it. This is a quick summary of what we do in the library and the computer center. We connect Tacoma Park residents with resources for literacy and lifelong learning at every stage of life. Our interpretation of literacy is pretty expansive. It goes beyond just books to include skills for work, life, and general enrichment, and it reflects our commitment to navigating a rapidly changing world alongside our patrons. Our mission statement is pretty evergreen. It actually has not meaningfully changed since about 1995, and it reads, "The Tacoma Park, Maryland Library enhances the quality of life in Tacoma Park by responding to and inspiring the literary, educational, and informational needs of a diverse community. The library provides and promotes up-to-date resources, collections, and referrals that match community interests, promote literacy and learning, nurture a love of books and stories, and present a broad range of views within an environment that is both safe and inviting." The library also operates the computer center, providing access to the digital world for everybody. So this is not an exhaustive list of what we do, but it does capture our primary services, beginning with circulation and reference, the public side of which is our service desk where we check out books, audiobooks, hotspots, and Chromebooks in and out for patrons. It's also where we provide the majority of readers advisory. That's helping to match people with relevant and interesting books. Information literacy, where we help patrons to better understand how to evaluate information for trustworthiness in a world where that is an ever-moving goalpost. And research and instruction, or how to search for and access good information resources for a patron's chosen topic. Before books make it out onto the shelves, though, there's a lot that happens behind the scenes, beginning with collection development or selecting the titles and books for circulation. Criteria used in selection includes literary and journalistic merit, cost, use, demand, format, available space. There's a lot of things that go into making a decision about what we actually purchase for the library shelves. The scope of collections is generally based on the library's mission, though, so that is a big thing that we always have in mind when we are putting together a cart of things to purchase. This is also an area that we consider our complementary role to the county system. We aim to provide access to books of special interest to Tacoma Park patrons, and we source them from some of the usual distributors, but also from local bookstores like People's Book here in Tacoma Park, and specialty bookstores that we've built relationships with, like the bookstore we work with in Argentina to get Spanish language books that are pretty unique in the DMV. Once we have the books here, they go to staff and technical services that catalog them to make them discoverable in searches, and then process them so that the books are hopefully durable and can be checked out by many patrons. While books are our brand, we do a lot more than just books. We also offer programs for all ages that are free of cost to attend and do not require a library card. We have regularly scheduled programs like Neighborhood Circle Time and Cantajuego for children, Chess for Families, and Crochet and Cozies for all ages. We also have several special programs throughout the year, some of which have been running for more than 20 years, like the Winter Solstice and Favorite Poem Night. Favorite Poem Night is coming up on the 28th of this month, so it's almost here. We also partner with a whole bunch of different organizations in and near Tacoma Park. Our friends of the Tacoma Park, Maryland Library make a lot of these programs possible. They effectively double our programming budget, so we are incredibly thankful for them. We are also a regular presence at the Crossroads Farmers Market, and we love working with them. That's been a really, really good place for us to do outreach, particularly with our Spanish-speaking community. Most recently, speaking of which, we also formalized a partnership with Tiempo de Contar, a nonprofit in Puerto Rico, which is designed to help us to enhance our services to Spanish speakers. I wish I had time to recognize all of our partners because they're all integral to extending our reach, and there is a lot of mutual benefit to be found in those relationships. Onto our Computer Learning Center, that is a crucial component to our services. It's where we navigate the digital divide at its most stark. Staff in the Computer Center regularly help patrons to sign up for their first email account, figure out two-factor authentication, print documents, apply for jobs, and access workforce development resources. There's a lot that goes on in that room. Most libraries are seeing more people bringing their own devices in, and we do assist with folks' own devices. It may be kind of limited. There's just such a variety of things out there that we may not be experts in everything, but we're always happy to take a look and see what we can help with. We also added the Passport Office to our repertoire this year, and we are really excited to have Sophia join us as library staff. She has a really impressive breadth of knowledge, and her steady presence helps to diffuse tension for patrons who have anxiety about expensive and high-stakes federal forms. There are reasons to be anxious, and she's just really good at connecting with people and getting past their fears. And while many appointments for this service are for local residents, we also see quite a few people from the surrounding areas. That's the trust and word of mouth part on there. Her work brings in revenue from outside the city because there are so few people in the region doing what Sophia is able to do for folks. So that was a highlight reel of what we do. Here are all the people doing it. We have 6 staff who have professional librarian titles, but some of our associates also have a master's in library science. So the team as a whole offers a lot of education and a lot of varied experience. We are a lean team of 12.76 FTEs. This is a reflection again of difficult economic times that our residents are experiencing. But there were a number of discussions about it since reopening. There have been a number of questions about expanding our operational hours, so I can talk about that a little bit. We looked at this from a lot of different angles. One of the consistent sticking points was that it's still difficult to predict longer-term traffic patterns in the building. We have been open in the new facility for almost 7 months, and while we're not quite as overwhelmed now as we were back in September and October, we haven't really experienced much of a plateau yet either, and that would help us to gauge what sustainability actually looks like. What I do know is that staff have been running at full capacity since September of last year, and without any new FTEs, we're not at a place where we can think about being open more hours than the 58 hours a week that we're already open. We are utilizing a lot of our substitute labor, without which I don't think we would have been able to sustain regular operations to this point. Our subs have been an absolute lifesaver. And I can go on into more depth about it later on, but the after-school hours have been particularly challenging. And I bring this up because those hours are sort of an all-hands-on-deck time every school day. And even outside of those hours, it can get almost impossible to get anything else done on a public-facing desk, as I'm sure a lot of you know. I actually took a tally just out of curiosity. I worked this last Saturday afternoon, and on a 6-hour public desk shift, I had more than 60 interactions with patrons, 19 of which it was necessary for me to get out from behind the desk and go out into the stacks. I think I got through maybe a handful of emails, but that was actually less hectic than Saturdays have been this past fall. And I just say this to help illustrate that public desk time is not like a formality where we move and continue with the responsibilities we were working on in our individual workspaces. It's not multitasking time. We can't really divert staff to more public-facing hours and accomplish the same amount of non-public-facing work. We have been trying out some new programming formats with less structure so we can still offer folks a dynamic experience when they visit. But if there are additional hours or services that the library needs to take on, it will require some staffing adjustments. So this is a crowded slide because there have been a lot of successes this year, for which I am very thankful, and we all are. Personnel-wise, we got Sophia with the passport office. That was very exciting. She's really hit the ground running, participating in our staff discussions, our meetings, and transforming her office into a really welcoming area. It's really lovely there if you haven't seen it. Facilities and core functions, we opened a new building. You all were there. You all remember. Staff trained pretty extensively in preparation for this, crafted thoughtful, comprehensive policies for new spaces and use patterns, and continued to navigate a pretty major transition there. Tree Incarnation also delivered custom handcrafted tables from trees felled from the site. The final pieces were actually just delivered this morning. Circulation numbers have increased quite a bit since reopening. From March 25th is when I took the snapshot number, but we, since reopening, had checked out about 43,500 items in about a 6-month period. So for context, in the entire 12 months of fiscal year 25, we had about 33,700 items go out. The last full year of data that we have pre-pandemic is fiscal year 19, and about 74,000 items were circulated. So we're on pace to hit metrics kind of close to those pre-pandemic numbers. Our shelver, speaking of which, our shelver has really stepped up. Wanda has been amazing. She's trained and supervised 4 volunteers during those first 3 months of operations after reopening, just because of the sheer amount of reshelving that we had at that point. We have hit a bit of a regular volume there, at least, so that we are not having to rely on our volunteers quite as much for. With partnerships, as I mentioned earlier, we formalized a partnership with Tiempo de Contar, and that's going to improve our services to Spanish speakers. I'm really excited about that one. And then our friends, of course, with programs in professional development. Let's see, as of our snapshot day, March 25th, the library staff have facilitated more than 188 programs attended by at least 4,800 people. And that's all ages. So it's a lot of people that we're getting a lot of face time with. It's really great. We've got tons of people in and out of the building with some really exciting programs. Some of them are unique, some of them are regular programs, but we're trying to keep people interested and engaged. We had 832 program participants attend sessions of after-school activities that Ana Tejada put together, which was amazing. And I mentioned our sort of challenging after-school hours. This is one of the initiatives that we've been working with to make sure that we are offering as many opportunities to keep our young people busy after school as possible. Dave Burbank revived 2 classic programs in our new facilities. So Sketch Club is back, as is Mock Caldecott. And then our youth services manager, Veronica Rivera Negron, completed her first year of service with the Pura Belpre Award. That is an American Library Association award that's given out every year to an author and an illustrator for Spanish language materials. Outreach-wise, we try to be everywhere. We haven't been quite as many places since reopening, just because we have not had a whole lot of extra time in hands, but we do love going out into the community, and that's still a really important thing for us to do. No, not everybody can make it to our actual facilities, so it is important to bring the library out to people, and we're going to keep doing that. We've got Street Fest coming up, National Night Out, the Farmers Market, of course. We'll be doing another giveaway this summer of bilingual books. We see a lot of local schools and daycares. We've also been doing more internal outreach with other city departments, including Recreation and our police department, in large part due to our challenging after-school times. So for numbers, this is the proposed revenue for fiscal year 27, which reflects minimal adjustments from an operational perspective. It's $1,587,000 is budgeted from the general fund. This is about a 2% increase. The general fund represents about 90% of our projected funding. The library aid from the county, this figure is based on actual revenue from the county, technically a year behind. So the payment that we will get in fiscal year 27 is calculated on actual data gathered from fiscal year 26. So it's a little contorted. We all know that the county funding formulas are a little bit labyrinthine. So this increased again this year though, which was great. So we are expecting to get about $238,000. There is a line item in the revenue for fines and fees, but again, I do want to highlight that fines and fees are not really a stable or a predictable source of revenue, and that low amount does reflect that. We're not charging overdue fines. Any money that we do collect is because of damaged or lost items. With proposed expenditures, again, there's minimal change. We proposed department expenditures in the amount of about $1.8 million. That's a 4.5% increase from fiscal year 26. Increases in both divisions are driven by wage and fringe benefit increases, as personnel costs remain the majority of our expenses. Our function, as you've seen so far, is very people-driven. That said, there are some increased operating expenditures proposed, representing about a 5.9% increase. This is mostly due to regular increases for access to subscription resources, and that includes Pronunciator for language learning, ebooks, online read-alongs through Tumblebooks, academic research through National Geographic, EBSCO, Encyclopedia Britannica. We have a lot there. We do renegotiate these terms fairly regularly, particularly when an annual increase exceeds that which we're budgeting for. Our subscription databases are more discoverable now than they have ever been, though, thanks to our discovery layer that we have on the catalog. So we have a few services that have gone by the wayside over the years, but really having that discoverability there has enabled us to keep things up and available for people to augment what the county library provides. We have no requests currently for next fiscal year's capital improvement plan, which is a first since I've been here. It's very exciting. We expect the remainder of construction expenses to be made this fiscal year. So I'll highlight a few challenges and opportunities we've identified in closing here. Finding our way in a new facility, having reopened, it's very exciting, and it also requires a lot of adaptability on the part of the staff. So we're planning for that pretty early on and trying to anticipate what we can while things naturally pop up unexpectedly. We have a lot of new workflows, policies, layout, and spaces. It's a lot of training. And a lot of new policies for people to remember. Especially with a single service desk where everybody has to be ready for like anything and everything. We all kind of have to know the full breadth of what we're doing. With new patron use patterns, I mentioned the after-school hours earlier. We are currently working with both Tacoma Park PD and the Recreation Department to create some cooperative strategies and programs for addressing behavioral patterns that can disrupt our other library users in those peak like 3 to 5 p.m. times. And I mean, it makes sense. The kids are spending 8 hours just sitting still inside of school. They have a lot of pent-up energy by the time they get to us. And we provide as many constructive options as we can to channel this energy, but it can still be difficult to find good options for that many kids at varying developmental stages, temperaments, sometimes with challenging relationship dynamics. We also don't really have much of an opportunity to build our own relationships with these kids when our attention is necessarily on crowd control. So we don't often get to connect with them in the same way that our counterparts in other departments get to. But we are facilitating regular internal discussions to coordinate efforts and best utilize our limited staffing over the new larger floor plan, hopefully to find more opportunities to connect with the kids as well. We are evaluating longer-term staffing strategies to address programmatic and supervisory needs for youth and teens. This was just not a year to add more FTEs, But hopefully in the future, I think having someone on staff that specializes in that age group is an opportunity for really positive impact. The goal continues to be to create a safe and welcoming place for everybody, though, students included. With information literacy in an age of AI, like I said, it is an ever-moving goalpost. It is a crazy time for informational literacy. We do provide resources that help patrons to evaluate content they encounter, create, and share online for truthfulness, bias, and environmental sustainability in the case of AI. This does get more challenging, but recent and upcoming programs include workshops on ethical technology choices. We have another one coming up this Wednesday, and an informational panel on AI this summer. With a challenging economic outlook, we recognize that this is happening and plan to rise to whatever challenge pans out by prioritizing connecting with our residents. So hopefully they know where to turn if they are adversely impacted by economic events and policies. We have workforce development resources, a lot of different ways and media and platforms to engage in lifelong learning, a safe place to work, or to look for positions, entertainment and enrichment. The entertainment, it tends to be a thing that gets cut when budgets get cut for individuals and residents, and we are free. So we are a good way for somebody to save some money if they want to cancel a streaming service or check out books instead of purchasing them. But we do continue to nurture connections with residents. So hopefully everybody knows that they can turn to us. And I think that is about all I have. I'm happy to take questions.
Great, thank you so much. Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on getting to this point where there are no requests for capital improvements and in a beautiful facility. And now I'll ask that difficult question. So I am curious. I'm hearing you say in lots of different kinds of ways something like you're feeling like you're observing that there are some pressures on your staff, and we're living in lean times, so you're not asking for extra staff. But I am curious about kind of what might be driving that we wouldn't have known about. And so I'm just curious, I see you mentioned a larger floor plan, a central service desk, and then you talked about some of your service requests, or I don't know if that's what you call them, but numbers of materials. And you said, we're not quite at pre-pandemic levels. And you said something like 75,000, I think, pre-pandemic. And now we're getting up to like 45,000. I'm just trying to imagine what are some of these things beyond that, to think about what else we need to be bearing in mind as we're moving forward. Like, is this looking like we're on a path to needing more staff because we chose to have a larger space, or, is there something else we might need to, adjust? Yeah, could you just speak to that a little bit more? Do you think it's just a behavioral thing? Do you think your staff might not be used to the last several years where it got a little quieter, I think, and different in the other facility, and part of it is just a readjustment perhaps, or is it something else?
I think some of it is readjusting to the volume of people that we've typically gotten at this particular location. But I think the design decisions for the floor plan play into this too, just because it is more space to monitor. And the design was conceived to not require immediate increases in FTEs, because we do just have that one primary service desk that we are staffing for every hour that we're open. So I think there's a lot of things coming into play with it. We're having to be a lot more vigilant to keep an eye on several more areas than we're used to. I think it was a cold winter, which feels like a weird thing to bring up, but I think that we had more kids inside for longer, feeling a little bit trapped. They couldn't go outside and run off their energy when we had the snowcrete everywhere. So I think that there's a lot of things kind of playing into it, but I think we are kind of maxed out on what we can do at this moment without additional FTEs. And my My hope is that we do eventually kind of hit a plateau, or we get to a point where we can see the patterns and anticipate what kind of volume we're going to be dealing with during different times of the year, and over different occasions with different age groups. So once we have a better idea of predictable patterns, I think we can think more long-term too. I think this year it was just difficult to think very long-term.
Sure.
Because everything is it's so new, and it's a lot of people.
Is there any data to suggest, or do we have any numbers to suggest, like, how many people are using the library? Is it possible that because it's such a new and fabulous facility that we're pulling in a lot more people than we otherwise would have done, 7 years ago?
There's, I think the circulation statistics speak pretty well to what.
So probably not, maybe.
I think that there may be some other reports I could run to kind of show how atypical this year has been, and sort of what we think that we might be working our way back to. One in particular that's coming to mind that I wish I had run is the number of active library card users we have, and the number of people that have created new accounts and people that have renewed accounts. And we had a huge uptick of this. We're still doing it. I think I signed like 15 people up for cards on Saturday. And that is something that is a lot more labor and attention intensive at the desk than checking out like 5 novels to somebody. So it's the type of traffic too.
And I'm sorry to dig in on this, but it just seems like such a big budgetary matter moving forward. So is it possible that we have we have made it more obvious or more clear that we invite young people to come to the library after school, and it's a welcome facility, and so parents are literally sending their children there purposefully? Do we have that kind of data to suggest such that it would be appropriate, for example, that we think of it more as a recreation job?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm trying to think of a way that I could get a little bit more data about that, because I think this is also an issue with the new space, because we didn't have a teen room before, and so they have their own space now. And I do think that makes it more inviting, and it's more intuitive to go to the library when there is a name or there's a room with your age group on it. I might be able to run some statistics like on YA or young adult material circulation that might help illustrate the differences that we're experiencing a bit. But honestly, a lot of the people that are coming in the after school hours aren't necessarily checking anything out either.
Right,
We've been trying
I'm
to do some
imagining
head
that. That's why I
counts.
don't know that your circulation numbers are capturing that. I was just thinking about rearranging budgets in future years, and maybe this is worth a separate dialogue. Thank you.
Director Jones, maybe this is obvious to everybody, I just want to point it out. Your circulation numbers, the 43,000, that is for September through March.
Yes.
And then the comparison that you're using from, I believe, 2 years ago, the 74,000 is for the entire 12 months.
Yes.
Okay, so if we were to continue at this pace, we'd be at 90,000, 90,000 some odd circulation items.
Yeah, I was just calculating that it'd be a 22% increase over fiscal year 19 if it continues for the full year.
And I don't necessarily expect it to be that high by the end of the year, just because, there was like a pretty big bump at the beginning when the facility was brand new when people were visiting for the first time. So we haven't necessarily gotten to like a new status quo, but I wouldn't expect the pace at which people are checking things out to be sustained at the same rate as they were at the beginning of opening.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Landman?
Thank you. I know I'm contributing to the increased foot traffic myself.
No, that's
and
great
I'm
though.
so
I love seeing
delighted to have
council
you
members
back in
there.
the neighborhood. I had questions about, the staffing challenges that you're facing, and you have mentioned that you're partnering with the police department or doing additional engagement with the police department and the recreation department. I was wondering, because you seem to be hinting that there are some behavioral issues as well, whether the mental health clinicians that we have present in the building, even though they're paid for by the county, whether they have also been part of your outreach, and that's a potential contributor to the staffing needs that you have?
The mental health counselors, we have contacted them about a couple of people that are regular users of the library, but not our youth. And I don't know, maybe they would have something interesting to say about that. It might be worth getting in touch with them. I will make a note.
I don't know, you mentioned behavioral issues, so that's what made me think about it, since we have that, on clinical social worker expertise on staff or in the building, that perhaps there's some help there. I think my other question had to do with when you were speaking about the challenges of having eyes on the whole situation. The other teen lounge, the one with the pool table and the ping pong table, that opened later than the rest of the building, the rest of the library building, I think, because there seemed to be, I don't know, it might have been flooding related, I'm not sure, was it? Whether that pattern of usage has affected your situation, having that other choice of places where people could go who might perhaps want to be a little rowdier or anything, is that reducing your staffing challenges at all? Have you noticed?
Yes and no. It kind of depends on the day. If they're wired enough when they come in, like if it's a Friday, that may or may not help. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does take some of the more rambunctious kiddos and gives them a better outlet for it. And then some of them, they don't want to do a structured program in that room, or they just want to be somewhere else. They're doing their own thing. Their group of friends is migrating across the building. It does help sometimes, but not always.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lehman. Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. All these questions have been really helpful, and the presentation was great. I just wondered, to offset, I'm definitely hearing that there's a high stress, high intensity period in the after school hours. And I wondered if there's any model you've ever heard of where during some of the potentially quieter periods, you could actually reduce the available footprint by closing off certain areas, or you could reduce the demands on staff by saying it's essentially a self-service operation during these hours.
It's an interesting question. Logistically, I don't know how closing off parts of the building could work. We also don't have self-checkout, so we would need somebody, like at least one person at the public service desk at all times. But I mean, there might be something there that has some possibilities. Like, I'll definitely take that to the next staff meeting.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, just quickly, I thought I heard you said something about subs before.
Yeah, well, one of our FTEs is our substitutes. And so they're staff that do not have a guaranteed schedule. They come in like on an as-needed basis when we need to fill in to make sure that we've got at least 2 people at our primary service desk, 1 person in the computer center. And during the after-school hours, we've also been staffing the children's room desk and trying to keep at least 1 other person available to kind of make the rounds and see what's going on where. We've also got, and I should have mentioned this earlier, but I mean, we do have the security cameras that help us to monitor that site and has been very, very valuable in documenting any incidents that we've needed to write up. But yeah, I mean, it helps us to keep an eye on like where problematic spots
So
might be.
is that an hourly, and then do they get benefits?
It's hourly. They do not have benefits, but they, since they don't work with the public as much as the permanent staff do,
Okay.
then they may, sometimes they're not quite as confident in
Yeah, got it.
enforcing library policy, conduct, that kind of thing. So it's helpful to have regularly scheduled staff at the desk whenever possible. And
Oh,
we
yeah.
always have at least 1.
I just didn't understand what you meant when you said subs before.
Ah, gotcha.
That was it. Thank you. And thank you for encouraging the Friends of Library, because
Oh, we love our friends. They're fantastic.
Yes,
I
they
think
are.
we've got another Fix It clinic coming up in the next few weeks. So they do really, really cool stuff.
yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. And thank you so much, Director Jones, for all of the work that you and the library team have been doing. Um, I know that there's been a multi-division or multi-department approach to dealing with some of the after-school activities in the library. I do think that another thing to add to the list is making sure that we're communicating what we're seeing to our local principals. They may be able to help us with reminding the students. And they may also be able to give us some insights. I know that the chief has his calls, and sometimes it's helpful for the principals to know of some things that maybe that we may be seeing, and they may see some things that are similar, and they may sometimes be able to offer us some suggestions on things we may want to consider.
We've just added Ms. Jones and her staff to those calls.
Perfect.
I think we have one coming up real soon.
I think Thursday. Mhm.
Perfect. The other question I have, and I could just be misreading this, so under partnerships, Friends of the Tacoma Park Library continue to raise funds and cover approximately half of the library's programming expenses. Where are we accounting for that in the revenues?
We don't. Anything that is paid for with Friends funds is actually done through the Friends organization. So those payments are issued from the Friends, not from the library.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I'm clear. So they may do maybe like an in-kind donation? Okay, not necessarily cutting a humongous check to the library for services.
Right. Yeah, they there are certain programs that they pay for either in their entirety or in a prearranged percentage. And a lot of those, like with our Canta Juego, the person, Senora Guesa, that does that, she is paid in part from the city and then in part from the Friends. And so the Friends actually write her a check in addition to what she gets from the city so that she is paid a fair wage for those weekly programs.
Okay, and so there would be because it's completely separate. It's not like we're receiving donated funds. Therefore, this is not something that we can account for as part of our budget, even though we rely on it.
Yeah, we do. So I meet with them. I go to the monthly board meetings, and we have fairly regular conversations about this. We've had an ongoing conversation the last couple of years where a lot of our programming initiatives have ramped up quite a bit. So we have worked out like sort of an informal budget with them where they estimate how much they believe they are going to be able to contribute towards programs. And then we bear that in mind and try not to plan outside of that scope with what we can also bring to the table with our programs and outreach account.
Okay. It would be helpful for us to start thinking about how to keep track of that a little bit better from like a city perspective. I think Friends of the Library, awesome. Keep raising the money. I just want to make sure that I have a clear understanding of what we're budgeting for and you all's capacity and the supplement that's happening with the Friends of the Library, just so that we're all clear on what the true cost, like if I'm thinking I'm getting all of this awesome stuff just with a little bit of money, and I realize there's a benefactor out there, that would be helpful to make sure that we kind of understand what that makeup is.
Sure, I can definitely do that. And I mean, the Friends are like a registered nonprofit, so they do submit financial statements to the IRS. It should be pretty easy to get an idea or to get some documentation put together for you.
Thank you. Yeah, not trying to go overboard. I'm just trying to make sure that I have a clear understanding of that financial breakdown because I didn't realize that it was so much was coming from the Friends. Okay, with that, not seeing any additional lights. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Last but not least, capital improvement.
Good evening, Mayor and the members of council. Okay, thank you. This is the last presentation of the night, and it is about capital improvement program and policies. So I'm going to present two subtopics. That is the capital improvement program and the equipment replacement reserve. And the other subtopic, it is relating to the fleet replacement administrative policy. It will be presented by our Public Works Director, Ms. Braithwaite. Let's talk about the capital improvement program, which we call CIP. CIP is a five-year plan for major purchase and projects. Many of the projects are multi-year. There are, each year we have covered following 6 categories. And the first category is the information and communication technology improvement. The second one is the equipment replacement expenditure. And then we follow by park development, infrastructure improvement, building maintenance improvements, and stormwater management. And then the other topic we're going to cover is the equipment replacement reserve. In short, we call ERR. Each year, the city budget for equipment replacement reserve, setting money aside to replace the assets with lifespan from 3 years to 30 years, including large machinery and vehicles. And the city maintains a long list of cover items with estimated useful life and replacement costs. The city manager recommends an annual contribution amount to maintain adequate balance in the reserve. Next, we're going to look into the capital improvement program more closely. The purpose of the program is to ensure long-term planning and fiscal responsibility for the city infrastructure and assets. The CIP include major infrastructure projects and equipment replacement that exceed a certain threshold. Those projects and purchases valued at about $5,000 is the threshold amount. The finance department is responsible to prepare the 5-year planning document. It is developed with the department head recommendation, then reviewed and approved by the city manager. And we always adhere to balance the budget requirement every fiscal year. And for the funding source of the capital improvement program, we have 4 main funding sources. Under the general fund, we have the unassigned reserve, we have the equipment replacement reserve, and also the facility maintenance reserve. And also we have the red light and a new program called Stop Sign Camera Fund. We also have the grant funding in the special revenue fund, as well as the stormwater funding. In this particular slide, on the left-hand section is a clip of our final page of the capital improvement program that include from fiscal year 26 through fiscal year 31. And the grand total on the bottom for fiscal year FY26 adjusted, the total CIP grant amount is 8.7 million. For fiscal year 27, the total CIP expenditure is $4.8 million. On the right-hand side, we can see a few major expenditures that we plan to spend in fiscal year 27. And to talk about a few, the vehicle replacement originally was set for 4 vehicles for $320, and now the fleet committee had decided to reduce it to 2 vehicles, and the total amount for the police vehicle is $160,000. The difference will be reflected in the reconciliation. And for the police, for the Public Works Department, the vehicle purchase is for $59,000. And we also have other major purchases. For example, the leaf grinder for $240,000, the new sidewalk design, $300,000, and the new sidewalk construction is $688,000. And other major projects include the Recreation Center redevelopment program. It's funded by the general fund in the amount of $110,000. And the Public Works Facility Design Phase 2, which was originally adopted in fiscal year 26, and now is moved forward in fiscal year 27. And it is grant funded for $263,000 in the Special Revenue Fund. For the stormwater, we have a project involving the Hickory Avenue and the Elm Avenue, and it's in the stormwater system. The total project source, we have 4 major sources this year. We do not have any CIP projects in ARPA funding. The general fund, we are using $2.1 million for the CIP. That include the ERR and also the FMR. The red light and the stop sign camera project is totaling $1.9 million. Special Revenue Fund, the project total is $459,000. The Stormwater Fund project is $300,000 even. Oftentimes we heard people talking about try to defer the CIP purchases or delay purchases. This is not an advisable practice because of 2 major impacts. The first is the safety concern, and the second one is the financial impact. If we delay the vehicle and equipment purchase, it will compromise the public and the user safety.
Director Chung, can you advance your slide, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you advance your slide?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And for financial impact, because of the inflation, we have the CPI increase every year. That means if we delay the purchase, it will cause, the inflation will make the cost higher every single year. And also the increased maintenance expense, particularly for aging police vehicles, is unsafe. So this is the CIP program. And then we have the equipment replacement reserve. The idea and the concept of the equipment replacement reserve is established under Section 804 of the city charter. The purpose of this particular concept is to maintain funds to replace the major capital item with purchase item greater or equal to 0.5% of the total budget revenues, and to ensure the reserve are sufficient to replace cover items over the useful life. When the replacements are needed, funds will be drawn from the ERR, Equipment Replacement Reserve, and sometimes unassigned reserve may be used if the ERR reserve is insufficient. And there is a charter requirement for the presentation of the ERR. We have to maintain a public list of cover items with estimated useful life and replacement costs, and include expenditure contribution in the annual budget. And the city manager recommend, and the council will approve the annual contribution so that the equipment replacement reserve will be processed during the budget time. For the contribution of the equipment replacement reserve, the The contribution, as advised by the financial consultant Reptalis, they recommend $1.1 million annually. And for the fiscal year 2027, we budgeted for $1.2 million to help account for the historical underfunding. As of June 30th, 2025, which is the last financial reporting period, the ending reserve balance of the ERR is $3.3 million. We do the reconciliation of the ERR reserve every year, and as of fiscal year 25, which is the year end, the last year end, the current contribution levels will cover the cost of our ERR expenditure up to fiscal year 30. Okay, so there is only 5-year cost coverage. And for delay or inadequate contribution increase the risk of insufficient funding for the future replacement. So that concludes my presentation for CIP and ERR. And the next presentation is on fleet replacement administrative policy. And this presentation will be continued by our Public Works Director, Ms. Braithwaite. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. There we go. We've discussed this at some length with council, so I'm hoping we can keep this brief. But the city does have an established fleet replacement policy, and the members of the Fleet Review Committee include the city manager's office, the finance office, and Public Works. So every year, we meet several times to review the list of vehicles that potentially could be considered for replacement. And there's a number of criteria that are used to evaluate those eligible vehicles that include the age of the vehicle, the existing mileage on the vehicle, historical maintenance costs. We've started to add 3 columns of maintenance costs, 2 prior years plus the current fiscal year. And there's an evaluation chart that we use, and each criteria gets awarded a point, and then vehicles are eligible for replacement when they meet those criteria and conditions. I believe, have we shared with you you have in your packet or with your information the FY27 recommendation list? It's a large spreadsheet. If you don't have it, we can make sure you get it. But anyway, that lets you see what we considered for replacement for the current fiscal year. When we first were establishing replacements, we start with an assumption, because a lot of times you have to start with an assumption. If for instance, our police vehicles have an expected life of 8 years or 100,000 miles before they're eligible for replacement. So if we purchased 5 vehicles 8 years ago, we would assume that 8 years later we purchase 5 vehicles again. That doesn't necessarily mean that's exactly what happens. It's just a starting point for making those assumptions in things like a 5-year CIP where you're projecting out into the future. So you can see on this chart here the type of age criteria that we have in our current fleet replacement policy related to police vehicles and related to administrative vehicles, and then in some of the special equipment and trucks. So some have both age and mileage criteria, and other vehicles that don't get driven significantly don't necessarily have mileage criteria. And so those are some of the parameters that we use when we're evaluating vehicles. The replacement for this current fiscal year, as Susan said, we've reduced the number of recommended police vehicles from 4 to 2. 2 met the conditions or were considered to be reasonable candidates for replacement, and 1 public works vehicle. One of the interest in the police vehicle replacements is to enable the city to try out EV police vehicles, and police department is interested in getting that pilot started in FY27. So we're looking at those 2 police vehicles to be EVs, and the Public Works vehicle to also be an EV. Oh, and that is it.
So Director Braithwaite and I are happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you so much. I'm just going to see if there's any questions. Councilmember Schlegel?
Thank you. So just to confirm, earlier in the evening, Director Braithwaite, I said general fund funding for stormwater. What I had meant to say, I screwed up. But what I should have said was that I had flagged that our CIP includes money for stormwater, but now just to confirm, that money has gone into that money is coming from stormwater fees. So the stormwater program is all self-sustaining in terms of construction costs.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I have one question about the rec center redevelopment, which is budgeted for $110,000. I believe that a couple of months back, perhaps from you, City Manager DeSpirito, you had said that money is anticipated as a placeholder, just in case kind of money right now. But I wondered whether there are known expenses that it might go into specific things yet. And I understand that there might be some things that are, more of a negotiated situation that's hard to explain. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. These are pre-development, I'll call them pre-development funds. Can be used for use with consultants, appraisals, land surveys, other types of typical pre-development costs that may arise. We're suggesting this as a bit of a contingency so that we can continue to be responsive to any options that the mayor and council would ultimately ask us to explore as we continue our conversations about various ways to approach the recreation center replacement or improvement.
Okay, so you mentioned land surveys, discussions with developers. There was something else you said, but I missed it.
Appraisals, use
Appraisals.
of consultants, and that might involve a financial analysis or real estate expertise. Could be a variety of things like that.
Thank you. My only other question was just to confirm, this is regarding fleet. Because we do have the take-home vehicle program in the police department, to confirm, we don't have any systems installed on the vehicles to measure miles traveled in the city or while on duty versus total miles accumulating on the odometer. Is that correct?
Right, they just have the odometer.
Is there any way, do those systems exist?
I haven't looked into it before. It
Okay.
could be. I guess the question would be to determine what the information was being gathered for to help drive the analysis of it.
Sure, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Honzak?
Yes, thank you so much to both of you. I just have one quick question. On slide 8, you talked about putting in $1.2 million to the equipment replacement reserve because of historic underfunding. And I do feel like I understand the equipment replacement reserve really quite well. But I wondered if you could tell me a little bit more about that. Like, how many years have we seen underfunding? And I guess what I'm questioning just a tiny bit and pushing back on is, I know that at least since I've been on council, there has been at least one effort, and I was part of that, to take some items out of the equipment replacement reserve, understanding that it wasn't going to directly affect the general fund. And there is there is a statement that you all have made in this presentation about how this will possibly increase the cost when you buy an item later, just as a for example. On the other hand, there are some other ways of looking at that, I would contend. So I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit more to this statement about historic underfunding.
Previous to funding at 1.1 million, our contribution to the equipment replacement reserve, it's more or less about 500,000 to 900,000. That is contributing to lower the balance of the equipment replacement balance. And besides, in some years, we have huge purchases. For example, those trash trucks that cost maybe over 600,000, and others maybe police vehicles. For fiscal year 25, we purchased a number of police vehicles, and that's why in fiscal year 25, the ending balance is lowered to 3.3 million now. We used to have over $4 million in the equipment replacement. So it's a combination of reasons that is causing the balance to be lower. First is the cost of the equipment is getting more and more expensive. Second is we did not fund the reserve sufficiently as we are doing now at $1.1 million. So that's why the consultant stressed the importance of increasing the funding contribution to $1.1 million at least.
And okay, but I guess I'm trying to understand a little bit better where that particular dollar amount is coming from. I mean, is it tied to anything particular, the 0.1 million?
Ref Tellis did a general overview, but
Right.
the equipment replacement reserve itself has its own calculator
Right,
within its
exactly.
spreadsheet.
Yeah.
And so at face value, it tells you what you need to contribute each year for the replacement value of a vehicle, however many years it is in the queue, however many more. So it has a formula, and in the entire history of the city's establishment of the equipment replacement reserve, we have never contributed what the formula tells us we need to contribute. We've always contributed less. There's never been a year where we've met the formula-driven calculation.
Right, I hear you. So I'm just trying to understand that where is the 0.1 million addition? I mean, what is it based on, I guess I'm asking? Is it the additional 0.1 million that you're proposing for the FY27 budget? I know maybe I'm being too nitpicky here, but I just want to get a better understanding of what you're basing that on.
Why the 1.1 or
Why
1.2?
an
So
additional
the-
0.1 in particular?
Yeah, because that's what we could afford.
Okay.
And so balancing all the other priorities that have been prescribed by council and identified by the city manager, we would like to get as much additional funding as we can. I think the telling point here under FY27 reconciliation insights is that it covers through FY30. That's not very far into the future. And so to the extent that we can lengthen the time that we have between today and the end of our ERR, we'd
Gotcha.
like to just prevent the city from being in a circumstance where the year that you need to make the big purchase is the year that you need to come up with the funding.
Okay,
So in those
thank you.
instances that Director Chung and Director Braithwaite were referring to, when you have a $600,000 purchase, that's a lot more money in a fiscal year that you have to balance with other priorities. And you want to prevent that by giving yourself a more regular contribution to even things out.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanzak. Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, so continuing in that vein, so this is all about how we're spending the different funds that contribute to capital improvement. Where is the contribution, the 1.1 or 2 million, wherein the budget is it?
It would all be on probably the same page that I referenced earlier, page 46.
Okay, in the
That talks
funds.
about the fund summary.
Got
And
it.
the fund summary includes both deletions and additions. And so you'll see in the deletions column, 1.1 equivalent roughly. And then in the additions column, you'll see roughly 1.2.
Right, okay, so then next year is a much larger number than 4.8 million. So, and then plus there's the 2 police cars from this year that, are gonna get put into next year for now?
Difficult to say definitively. The Fleet Review Committee does its review on an annual basis, and the projections that we use, as Director Braithwaite was saying, is just based on the expected useful life of the vehicles that we
Right.
purchased however long ago. So if it was a police vehicle 8 years ago, so those vehicles that were purchased 8 years ago, we project that they'll be in the next fiscal year.
Right, but for
so
now,
our-
we're delaying 2 vehicles a year.
It's not the
didn't
same
qualify.
cadence all the time. This year, we're delaying 2. And those 2, if they were eligible this year, maybe this is your point, they will also be eligible next year. But that doesn't mean necessarily that we will definitively purchase them next
right.
year. Right.
But my question has to do with fiscal '28. So fiscal '28, the number's already quite a bit bigger, and that might make it even larger still.
Yes, that's
And
correct.
so, but if we are contributing at the level of 1.2 million a year, we will be safe till fiscal '30.
In theory, if you are contributing the adequate amount, you should be able to manage those years where you have a larger expense.
Right.
The challenge
Yeah.
is sometimes if you're delaying a vehicle that should have been purchased in the year that it was recommended for purchase, those expenses, those future expenses are more costly.
Right.
And so when you delay it, the formulas that we use don't account for those kind of expenses. So it just makes it creates an imbalance between your expectations and what the actual cost will be when you facilitate the purchase.
And then just quickly, 2 things. So on the rec center, if I understood it, maybe I don't understand it, but I thought that the rec center money was also in part because the city council had asked for you to look at what it would take to renovate the current facility to have an outside.
That's correct.
That's,
Yeah.
so the 110 is to cover that plus a couple of other things.
Yeah, the
Okay.
city manager was given a broad overview of the things that we
Right.
could use. The specific uses that we're
For
pursuing
sure,
right
yeah.
now is a feasibility analysis with our on-call architect to determine the types of renovations that are feasible on that site. And so there are a couple of things that we're considering. One is on the existing site with the existing building, what options do we have to attempt to get as close as we can to what the Director Clark is aiming to accomplish with a brand-new facility. The second option is if we get the ability to consider adjacent parcels, what would our options be for a complete demolition and a rebuild? And so we're actively in conversations with the architect about those options.
Okay. And at the same time, there's no new equipment budgeted for the rec center for this year.
Not that I'm aware of.
Right, okay.
Director
All right, so
Chung. I
just
don't think we
making
have
sure
any
that that was
CIP
the
items for
intent here.
recreation.
Okay.
CIP for 2027 is, for recreation center is only 110. But in
nothing beyond that.
Nothing
2028,
else, yeah.
it's going to increase to, we have a 5-year plan, so we can look through all 5 years. Let me go to that page. So in fiscal year '26, we originally budgeted for 160,000. Okay, and in the projected '26, it is reduced to 50,000. 2027, we are projecting to be 110,000. 28 is 240,000. And then for the rest of the other years in 28, 29, 30, and 31, they're all 240,000.
Which is, okay, well, thank you. Those
Thank
were my
you.
questions.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Lamon.
This is a question about the equipment replacement reserve and purchasing, and so I think it's for you, Director Braithwaite. So in previous conversations about vehicles that you had been purchasing and evaluating, you had noted that there were changes in the cycle of repair and replacement that might emerge as a result of switching to electric vehicles, and that fuel costs would be lower. So, you know, the statement that you were making, Director Chung, about, you know, deferred maintenance and potentially raising costs. If we are moving to an EV fleet, I know you had mentioned last time that you discussed this, that you were going to be looking again at whether replacement schedules should change and maintenance, you know, anticipatory costs for maintenance might change. So I would think that that might militate a little bit against that sort of rule of thumb that it's always going to be worse to wait if we are actually making a big change in the fleet. So I wondered if you could comment on that. And while we're talking about EV fleets, I'll add the second half of that question. When the chief was here last time talking about the costs of fuel and potential savings of fuel, he didn't have the details at his fingertips. I think he thought you might, about what it actually costs to refuel a police car with electronic fuel, or electric fuel, if you will, comparatively to the cost of gas, which I guess could become an even greater issue depending on what happens in the Straits of Hormuz. So could you comment on those issues?
Sure. And I'll have to get you the calculation. I haven't run that yet. I mean, we're now charging up at our fleet chargers in the police department, lower level, and so it's our electricity bill. So we have very clear information about what we're paying per kilowatt, then we'll find out
Because we
what
have the solar
kilowatts.
panels. I mean,
Well, and it'll change again too, right? As soon
Right.
as the solar panels go on. So, you know, we'll pick a point in time and I can tell you what the electricity bill is for any particular month. But to your broader point, I think there will be a time where, as you're doing fleet electrification, the maintenance cost and that total cost of ownership for a vehicle is going to, and that's what all the experts tell us with fleet conversion, their total cost of ownership goes down with electric vehicles. But you really have to arrive at a point of significant numbers. Right now, we have a fleet of 85 cars, did I say? And our current number of EVs is 6 or 8. I think we have 8 EVs. That percentage is not enough to show in any appreciable way a reduction in maintenance costs or fuel costs. We're adding 3 EVs potentially in FY27, so that number will go from 8 to 11. Still is probably, when you got a fleet of 85, not enough to sort of tip the scales. So while we do agree that it'll be going in that direction for those EVs, and we certainly see that in the vehicles that we currently have that are EVs, they aren't in the shop as often, they don't have the maintenance costs, but there's so few of them that it doesn't really reflect on the overall cost. So I think there'll be a point in time in the future where we'll start to see that more and more. We're tracking it. We know what we put in maintenance for each vehicle every year, and we know what kind of fuel costs each vehicle has every year, those that are fueling up in terms of the gallons that they pump in. So we have all those records and we can track that. But until we get to the point where, you know, the percentage of EVs in the fleet is actually starting to rise to a level of 25% or more, you're really not going to see much of a savings. Mm-hmm. Did that get to all your questions? Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Lamb and Councilmember Schlegel.
Thank you. I have one big picture question and one more specific. The big picture, why isn't the balance of the ERR maintained close to the very maximum that we would need to pay out for vehicles in like a worst case scenario year? For example, if we have 3.3 million in it now, in theory, couldn't we be fine if we knew that you never need to spend more than 1.5 million in a given year if we just made sure we kept it at that level and we just put whatever it is in per year? So in other words, we're sitting on a pile of 3.3 and preferably $4 million that's invested in the bank, there's nothing really wrong with that, I suppose, but on principle, why do we keep more in there than we would need to draw out in any one year?
I think there's a couple of answers to that question. One is that the CIP and ERR are just projections. And so you may assume that in FY30, you're only going to need $2.7 million. But if it's a year where council, for instance, wants to purchase a electric trash truck, and that electric trash truck is $200,000 greater, if you don't have any kind of wiggle room built into your budget, then you can't do that year. You also have to account for successive, really expensive years. So let's say FY29 is $3 million. FY30 is also $3 million, right? You can't have a minimum of $3 million in your budget if you have two successive years of $3 million. And so you have to account for the projection over a period of time and try to, as best you can in any given year, have some level of reserve above what you think you're going to actually have to spend in order to account for those fluctuations.
Okay,
Does that get at your question?
I get it.
Okay.
So with 3.3 million right now, your professional sense as the ERR managers is that we're not in dire straits, but there's some risk to us that we would want to get it higher than that.
Well, you're kind of guaranteeing that your future expenditures have to be greater every year because you didn't fund them in the less costly years because
I
you
understand.
didn't fund it
Even
all
if we've now
along,
caught up
that
on
you're
our annual
now kind of
contribution. Yeah.
causing yourself to have to pay more every year to stay at that, just up to your chin level.
Okay, I think I understand. Yeah, I just wondered whether if we're now, if to use your swimming analogy, if we're now dog paddling much better with our 1.1 or 1.2 million, are we in danger of drowning at 3.3 million socked away?
No, we can get to FY30 based
Okay.
on the funding levels that we have right now.
Okay.
We would have to continue to do kind of an annual evaluation of our expenses and projected, contributions and expected expenditure for the next couple of years in order to determine any given year whether or not we have an adequate amount for future years. It's an annual determination. I don't think we
Okay.
can definitively say,
Sure. Yeah.
we'll definitely always have a certain amount of money
Okay.
available.
I really appreciate you taking the time on that. It's just a big picture question. The smaller one is with the installation of chargers now, I think we brought this up a couple of times, is the idea of including the chargers in the equipment replacement reserve. And is there any progress on that front in terms of like trying to figure out what the lifespan is of a charger so you can figure out when a cohort of chargers might need to be coming up for replacement?
We can get a 5-year maintenance contract, so that's currently all the industry will do. You can't get a maintenance contract on an EV charger for more than 5 years. So they're seeing them with a life of 5 years. The expectation is they will work greater than 5 years, but the technology keeps advancing so quickly. Like, for instance, the chargers we got from EVI, they're probably almost 10 years old, right? The technology has far exceeded it in terms of efficiency. So it's more a question of you would want more improved charger for your charging needs than the old style would get. So that will probably drive replacements more than the actual breakdown of the equipment itself.
And do you foresee putting that into the ERR?
I think we should. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I
Okay,
think
but
just
there's
like
nothing in
every
there
other-
right now, right? Out to
Nothing in there
FY30.
right now
Okay.
for fleet
All right.
replacement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Thank you. I feel like we have this in-depth conversation about the ERR every year because it is a concept that dare I say, it often feels like, as a member of council, people see it as just a slush fund of money that's just sitting there that maybe, just maybe, you can. No, people, no, I'm not saying you've said it. I'm saying I've been here for a very long time, and it has happened, like, everyone raises some of these questions because it just seems like you're putting a bunch of money into a big account, and when these expenses come through, they're for a significant dollar amount. And so my predecessor, like people before us, have raised the same question. I'm thinking about, you know, when some other folks were on council and they actually did not fund. I wish Terry was here because he would explain that history where they decided to not fund that ERR. And then boom, next thing you know, got to skyrocket those taxes because you need the money in the general fund to cover the expenses of what needs to be purchased. So it's something that is, many have tried to figure out ways to play around with the ERR. And I've yet to see anyone that's successful with underfunding. Not having a
Mayor, my question was just because residents do ask, I think it's periodically good to hear it from the
Yeah, no.
experts.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying residents ask all the time, and we have this conversation every year because it always comes up. The question I have is about the CIP execution rate at 95%. And so it would be helpful to hear the rationale for that. Because I could imagine it being a way to try to course correct for FY27 what some have already raised, which is you may delay a purchase of something. And so therefore you're trying to course correct for those delays. But then my question becomes, okay, then how is that reflected in future years? So if the argument is, hey, we're gonna have to make this purchase, we could assume that there's only gonna be a 95% execution rate of the CIP for FY27, but we know that those vehicles are gonna have to be purchased in the next year or the year after, and so that money would ultimately have to be replaced down the line. So I'm just trying to get an idea of what you all are thinking about in terms of how the execution rate in the CIP in particular is going to play out over time.
The execution rate for the capital improvement program is actually introduced by the REFTELUS. By them looking at the looking forward in the forecast for the city, they are looking at a trend of the city's expenditure for capital improvement project, that every single year we are having an execution rate of about 85% for capital improvement program alone. So it's just looking at that particular year that we're not spending the whole sum of that expenditure. We are helping to reduce the necessity of increasing the tax rate, because some of the general fund expenditure, especially with the CIP project, are funded by the general fund, and anything general fund related, it's related to the tax rate. So their recommendation is, in order for us to have a more reasonable expenditure levels for CIP, they recommended us to insert or implement an execution rate. And for this first year, we are kind of wanting to be more conservative. We don't want to include an execution rate, which is a huge amount, to see what is that effect on our capital improvement program going next year and going forward.
So the execution rate is based only on the CIP components that are coming from the general fund,
Yeah,
not the ERR or these other funds?
No.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
only the general fund.
No, so there, and just correct me if I'm wrong. So your capital improvement budget includes multiple fund sources. So you have the ERR as a source. You also have the general fund, right? You
Yes.
may also have, what is this? The red light camera fund or the or the stormwater stop sign camera. So what we're talking about here is like this execution rate, right? I am looking at table 1 in the attachment here that's highlighted in yellow. So the only one of these, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Chung, because you always correct me on this. But the one that really matters, or the fund that really matters, are those. I don't want to say they don't matter. They all matter. But the expenditures that are coming from the ERR typically don't impact the tax rate. Those expenditures that are coming from the general fund do.
Yes.
And so what you are, and just correct me if I'm wrong, what you're saying is Raftellus, based on their recommendation, said, hey, you all aren't actually able to, for a number of reasons, execute 100% of the items that you include in your CIP. So you may want to lower that execution rate, assume you're not going to necessarily spend it all in a given year. And so it sounds like what you all said was, okay, let's take a look at the CIP items that are being paid for out of the general fund, which would impact the tax rate. And let's assume that there's a 95% execution rate. And so that 5% difference, we're gonna create that as like a negative.
It's a credit. It's a negative to the expenditure.
Okay.
That is reducing the expenditure.
Reducing the expenditure.
That is
Okay.
reducing the expenditure by 111,000.
Okay.
And I would add, Madam Mayor, that, and council, that it's very rare for any government to spend 100% of CIP in any fiscal year. There's typically reasons for some projects to be delayed. In our case, for instance, the community center improvement project, had been budgeted several times, but delayed by the outside impacted delays pertaining to the library project, and had to get that project out of the way before we could start. So we had years where we had, that project funded by council, but not able to expend anything. There's just often a variety of reasons, staging, difficulty with bids. Things can take longer than one fiscal year, and they can carry over into other fiscal years. So in any one given fiscal year, you might not expend it, but you could catch up in the next fiscal year. And as Susan said, Raftellus, and it's in the materials they provided us, as well as in the final report, which council was just provided, does indicate that a historical review of our use of capital in the general fund illustrates that, at least for us, in the last 5 or 10 years, we've been executing at about 85%. But there were some very definite reasons why some of that happened, like with the library and the community center project. As Susan also said, we're trying to be a little more conservative by going with 95% as opposed to 85%. In other words, aiming a little higher to productivity with capital rather than lower, but not as low as Raftellus suggested history showed in recent times.
Great. Thank you. And that this is helpful for me because I'm just trying to figure out like how we're dealing with the execution rates and for the CIP, because it's typically a little different. I just wanted to make sure I understood where that calculation was coming from. And so it makes sense that it's coming from the general fund portion. Okay.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes, thank you. I do think that the ERR, since we're saying we need to contribute to it every year, it does affect tax. It does affect the property taxes, doesn't it?
The contribution for that fiscal year does, but the expenditures is based on the money that is already set aside does not.
Yeah, okay, I understand. I guess this is the first I've thought about this, but it seems like an important question. because the execution rate for personnel, it made sense because if you have a vacancy and it stays in place, that's just that position didn't happen that year. But if we're talking about capital projects and the construction is, say, delayed by a year, inflation then kicks in a way that's a little bit different, does it not? So is it, I mean, Raftella says it's okay, but is there any risk that you say, hey, look, we didn't spend 5% on our planned projects this year, so turns out we don't need to budget. We didn't need to budget for that. But then you come around the next year and the thing's gone up 6%. And how do you handle that? The fact that the project is still going forward, but it's probably going to cost more in terms of design and engineering and materials and labor.
Yeah, I think I understand your question. In any given fiscal year, in any given budget, a year for which a council would budget, there's going to be some projects that don't get completed or started. And for the next year, yes, it's true, while there may be some inflationary increase, staff would account for that in projected rebudgeting for the subsequent fiscal year. And so, again, we're dealing with a execution rate that's contained within the four corners of our current planning, which is for the next fiscal year. It's always possible that if things get delayed, especially if they get delayed more than once, that inflation will help, would increase the overall project cost ultimately. But we're budgeting 1 year at a time. And so an execution rate can be extremely valid for a 1 year planning window, because in our case, we know a very small chance we're going to be executing at 100% within the span of just 12 months.
The city, too, I think in recent years has been in a bit of a unique position where a lot of our CIP projects have been related to buildings. That's not really common. Most of our CIP, I think historically, is stormwater work and roadway maintenance and sidewalk construction. A lot of that work is in our indefinite quantities contract, and our indefinite quantities contracts are 5 years, Director Braithwaite. And so that pricing is fixed. And so even if a project transfers years, you have some guarantee that there's not any significant difference in the pricing from 1 year to another. In those projects that don't fit under indefinite quantities, what I think often happens too is that you are under contract in 1 year, you just didn't finish it in the year. And so that contract price is still valid, even if it's spanning fiscal years unexpectedly or unintentionally.
Thanks, that's really, really helpful information.
Councilmember Landman?
I'd like to ask a question about execution rate that doesn't relate directly to the capital improvement program, if you will. Indulge me in that. Is that okay?
Can we keep it quick?
Yes. So Raftellus was the one who recommended a certain execution rate to be used for the CIP, and you are gauging that you should be a little bit more conservative than that for the reasons you've been talking about. Did you consult Raftellus about the question of whether the $3 million in the assigned reserve number, which had an execution rate of 0% last year, which was really good because we set it aside for emergencies, whether that was an appropriately conservative or overly conservative? Did you confer with them about that, since it was not in the original game plan when you contracted with them? But it is a relevant question as we're talking about this in the context of the equipment replacement reserve and the potential implications on the tax rate.
No, that wasn't part of the scope of their work, was to look specifically at the assigned reserve and the rationale. They were certainly informed as to what the current fiscal year 26, how that was built, what underpinned, what were the various elements of that $3 million. They thought it was prudent that this council did it. They also felt that it would, as we explained in our proposal was out, or came out during the course of this study, explained to them in my proposal for FY27 my recommendation to council that they would continue an assigned reserve. Matter of fact, during last year, 1 year ago, last year's budget development process, I think a number of us said that it's quite possible that the relevance of the assigned reserve might be even greater in FY27 than FY26. You know, we didn't know, things were happening rapidly, a lot of layoffs were occurring, we weren't sure how or when and to what degree income tax might be affected by that. So it certainly was prudent for council to do it for the current fiscal year. Sometimes there's a lag time and other things can occur. So I personally did have conversations with them about assigned reserve. They felt it was a sound, fiscally conservative policy for a city to consider, especially one that might be looking at very realistic potential for drop in revenue due to federal actions and other things, you know. But there was no deeper dive on it. I mean, when we put this together last year in terms of what were those elements of that assigned reserve, we were, you know, frankly estimating to some degree what amount of, in the different categories, whether it was a grant clawback potential, whether it was loss of income tax revenue, and the other things we talked about. You know, there wasn't a defined science about it, but I think they were reasonable estimates that we utilized, and I don't think the logic on that has changed going into proposed FY27.
And one technical question about the execution rate. It is usually applied to expenditures. So in a sense, the execution rate is a reduction of expenditure, while our assigned reserve is actually revenue. Is in our assigned reserve, which is part of our saved revenue in the past years. So if it is a reduction, it will be a debit, not a credit. And this is a little bit different from the real execution rate.
Right, we're using that term more broadly than
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the term of art probably officially.
Yeah,
but I think
exactly.
people understand it to serve a certain purpose for this conversation. So I think I heard you say, Mr. City Manager, that you didn't actually discuss this particularly with them in the context of their final analysis, which they just provided to us, that it didn't get
Yeah,
covered.
well, with this, their job wasn't to analyze my proposed FY27 budget proposal. Their job was to look at the superstructure of our financial situation, the underpinnings and the historical perspective, from a historical perspective, and looking forward in projections for revenues and expenditures. They employed models that were based on, you know, certain assumptions, and that included some that, you know, for instance, council in the budget resolution last year directing staff to pursue a no increase in the property tax rate. Okay, so that was part of the assumption that they built into their model, and there were others. But that was their function, was to do more modeling and projecting, not to disassemble the specific proposed budget for FY27.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. Not seeing any more questions. Thank you for this
Thank
presentation
you.
tonight. And I will see everybody else on Wednesday.
All right.